by.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the happy stream.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to day 11 of Tales of Rinwell. Hard mode, we're on the final chapter, 6. Today we're gonna do side quest. I'm gonna try to see if I can get the accessory for like, with just the Mystic Crest. For Rinwell. Shionne. And Dohalim.
To cook here.
First thing. Actually, let's do that first. Yeah, let's do that. Actually, did I see Nintendo Direct? Yes, sir, I did. It was okay. Honestly, there was really... I don't think there's anything that was within my interest. Sadly.
Something.
I see you've got your relics all lined up again. What are you doing? Huh? They're so bright now.
Oh, it's you two. I was merely tending to my collection.
Don't you think you've polished them enough by now?
You take better care of your relics than you do yourself.
I try to take good care of them. However, no matter how much work I put in, they refuse to respond.
I thought you could hear their voices somehow.
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't actually engage in conversation with them. Not yet.
What are they saying? Did they really want you to polish them that much?
You're right. I was so enraptured with them, I may have selfishly failed to consider their own wishes. I must open my mind and sincerely engage with them in earnest.
He never gets tired of his relics, does he?
Nope. It is interesting to look at them when they're all lined up together like this, though. Like how these two have similar designs. It makes me wonder if they were made in the same period.
An excellent observation. Yes, I too suspect they're somehow intimately related as well.
I don't see what you two are talking about at all.
What's this? Why, that smear wasn't there previously. Could it be responding to my voice at long last? It's rather viscous and has a distinct aroma to it.
Hoodle! These relics are no place for you to do your business! Whew! I'm serious! These are priceless pieces of history!
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands before you catch anything weird.
There's history in the air here. I can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get...
Hey. Yes. Just great. How's this? Got it.
Hey! Yay!
All right. I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one. It's hard to believe I once worked in this soup, let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then, we had our plates full enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renin overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know! I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. You'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Shionne, stay and keep an eye on him.
And then there were two.
Bit of an overreaction, but it's still kind of them.
Maybe it's not the time, but This place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
Welcome back, Law.
Hey, Alvin, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Hey. Hey! Yes! Right.
Sure.
I don't believe this! Ah! Okay!
Great! Got it.
Yes! Yes!
You finally made it.
Oh, that sucks. There's no egg. Oh, I actually have to work for it. What would you get egg? Yeah, there's one egg there. Doesn't look like a response though.
We finally made it.
Can you buy it? I wonder.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
I think egg is a one-time thing. I had to go to like here or something. Buy it.
Looks like we made it here in one piece. Hey, Law. Been training?
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad, you should see the state of my underwear.
Yeah. A word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls. Ones without a military history especially.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant in general, but... You sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, You know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
You know, I used to be a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
Rinwell.
Thunderblade!
Ah! What the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back. Whew!
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Hey, Shionne. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Sorry, it's just... I don't know, I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, a lot's changed now he's got his senses back and all.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like we did, then I never would have experienced these feelings, so... I guess it's complicated.
I can imagine. I know it's not the same thing, but I know what it feels like to have someone you love who's out of reach.
Because of Miguel.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after all, who can say what the future holds? I think if I were you, I'd take things as they come for now.
Besides, touch isn't everything. I've never touched you, Shionne, but that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean. Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I'll say, cooking immediately springs to mind. And if it's someone's favorite dish, all the better. If there's something on your mind that you want to tell him, why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alphen's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of us.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team, right?
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the... An ambush?
Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zoogle?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zoogle or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests. It's only natural insects would feel more at home here than Menancia. In fact, I seem to recall reading somewhere that bugs around these parts lay their eggs in human food to ensure healthy incubation.
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Dohalim, I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard!
I think I'll try to make that... new recipe with this.
All right, but I'll decide how spicy it is.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Oh!
Yes! Right. Yes! Ah!
But this is...
Wow.
Hmm.
This is... Yes!
Really, donuts?
Oh!
Amazing!
Nice work. Very nice.
Yeah, I already saw it, thanks.
Thanks.
Yes!
Okay! Always good to be back in familiar territory. Hey.
Yes. Oh.
Yay! What? Yeah!
Yes.
Yeah! We avoided getting roasted in that ring, but what we could really use is something to cap this off.
Sure. Got any ideas on what would be good?
Mabo curry. Fried bread stuffed with curry.
You'd probably buy out the whole stock.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Yeah! Hey. Uh-huh. Yeah! Hmm? Just great. I guess... Thanks.
Huh?
Well... Hmm? All right. Huh? Uh-huh.
All right.
I guess. Whew. Got it.
We finally made it.
I think Hoodle senses something.
I think it's up there. What I was talking about since the beginning. Really, the one fighting me?
Raging cascades!
How about this? I'll thank you. Dance on the wind.
This could be useful.
Yeah, right here. Yep. I figured he could get up here eventually.
The design. Of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
Ah, hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo!
Let me see what
Look,
he did.
Hoodle! One of your buddies!
Was Glutton's code? It was okay. Then Vivis. Oh, carryover records. Huh? Cool. Okay, exclusive.
Hoodle? Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter? Did they really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law.
Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap!
Seriously? Is this...
333. Wow. What the heck?
Right. Sounds like a plan to me.
It's go time! Bet that shell's hiding something tasty.
Holy Land! The flashing parts are weak points. Divine saving! Oh,
Take this!
Meteor storm!
Come on! Now let's see what I can do!
Holy Land! Oh,
enough.
you get the gist. Here goes! Not in your dreams!
Oops, wrong spell. No wonder.
Raging Cascade! Spread! A chain between heaven and earth. Magic is in! Divine Savior! This one's mine! It's blah blah blah. Divine Savior!
Take this!
You get the gist.
Take this!
Blah blah blah. Holy Land!
Armor won't save you!
Divine Savior! Blah blah blah. Illuminate. Blah blah blah. Magic. Holy Land. Blah blah blah. Burning strike. Blah, blah, blah. Ready!
Can't get out of this!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Raging Cascade! Spread! Burning Strike! Blah, blah, blah. Air Thrust! Blah, blah, blah. Holy... Land! You get the gist. Divide!
I can carve through armor!
Blah, blah, blah. Cycle! Blah, blah, blah. Divide!
This one's all mine. You picked the wrong fight.
Cyclone! I never miss! You get the gist. Divine Savior!
Denied!
You get the gist. Cyclone!
Take this! I can carve through armor!
Burning Strike! Blah, blah, blah. Air Thrust! Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land! You get the gist. Divine Savior!
The flame inside me. Let free.
Ready! A chain between heaven and earth. Magic is in! Divine Savior! Blah, blah.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Oh, you get the gist.
It's on. Not today.
Divine Savior! You get the... Cyclone! Not in your dreams! Divine Savior! Now for something special!
Can't get out of this!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Divine Savior!
This one's all mine.
Magic is in! Divine Savior!
Ignite.
Art sealed! You get the gist. Resuscitation! Divine Savior! Let me show you what my... This one's mine! Blah, blah, blah. Divine Savior!
Generation!
You get the gist. Divine Savior!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Blah, blah, blah. Burning Strike! Air Thrust!
Guard down! What I can do!
Holy Land! You get the gist. Divine Savior! Not in your dreams! Cyclone! One more time!
You picked the wrong fight.
Divine Savior!
Take this!
Blah, blah, blah. Magic! Divine...
Armor won't save you!
A world... Blah, blah, blah. Here, let me help. Cyclone!
Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
The magic is there! Burning Strike! Blah, blah, blah. Tread!
Blaze on fire!
You get the gist. Holy Land! You get the gist. Not on my watch! Blah, blah, blah.
This one's mine.
Divine!
Take this!
Blah, blah, blah.
Knock it into next week!
Cyclone! Do it! A Kisara frozen!
Hammer!
Man, Jolene keeps getting killed.
Blah, blah, blah. Burning Strike! You get the gist. Air Thrust! You get the gist.
Thank you for all your help.
Hold on to your arms.
Don't mention it.
Here I
I'm
come.
glad to know someone's got my back.
Where are you going? Blah, blah, blah. Cyclone! Will this help? Huh. Take that! Hold on!
Take this!
Where?
Ignite.
It looks like we made a mess!
Its armor's too strong.
Then I'll split it open!
Be like it.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Burning Strike! Close one! Reload! Gotcha! Damn it! I'm all stuffed up!
Armor won't save you!
Lightning! Pierce! Spread!
Their arcs were interrupted!
Lunar Corruption! Gemini Offset! Magic is there! Burning Strike! Blah, blah, blah. Air Thrust! Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land! Blah, blah, blah.
I'm ready!
Divine Savior!
Far enough!
You get the gist. Holy land! You get the gist. Divine Savior!
Ready and ready. In a bind.
Ready to go. Sorry. I'm only getting started.
That was my fault.
I'll blind you with a shot.
Lightning strike! Hurricane strike! Resuscitation!
I still got some fight left in me. Blah blah blah. Burning strike. Blah blah blah. Air thrust. You get the gist. Holy land.
It looks like we made a
You get the
mess.
gist. Divine Savior.
Anything in armor is all my weary companion. Cure.
Magic is there. Burning strike. You get the gist.
God damn it.
Sorry.
That was bad. I knew he was gonna cast, but I just stood there. Dumbass.
Sometimes the best medicine is the toughest swallow too. The magic is there. Burning strike.
Armor won't save you.
Hurricane strike. Breath. You get the gist. Holy land. Blah blah blah. Hold on to your arms. Here I come. Blah blah blah. Holy land.
Where are you going?
Blah blah blah.
Take this.
Here's a healing art!
Now you see what I can do.
Divine.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
I don't feel like my usual self.
Are you all right? Let me handle this one.
So sorry to disappoint you.
You get the gist. Breath. You get the gist. Holy land.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Healing circle!
Eat dirt!
Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Burning strike. Blah blah blah.
Take this. I've been carved through armor.
You get the gist.
Divine! I don't even know the word defeat.
Lunar corruption! Can't be happening!
Oh my god, both of you.
Blah blah blah. Magic sealed. Sleep now.
So now you're getting
In here.
serious?
Take care of
Oh, come on!
Poodle.
Piercing roll. I'll blind you with a prepare to be sealed.
Hurricane strike! I'm gone! Inferno crossing!
I still got some fight left in me.
Oh, stone.
Blah blah blah. Burning strike.
Ignite!
Too much to handle. You get the gist.
Oh wow, I'm surprised that I still had, I still cut this steel.
Blah blah blah. Magic. Sleep now. In here. Sealed. More for the stockpile. Ready.
Armor won't save you.
Blah blah blah. Air thrust. Now for something special.
You picked the wrong fight!
A chain between blah blah blah.
Take this.
You get the gist. Cyclone.
I've been carved through armor.
You get the gist. Burning.
It looks like we made a mess.
You get the gist. Holy land.
I was gonna charge that.
Don't
move.
mind if I do. You get the gist. Holy land.
Oh shit.
Ready and ready.
Close one. Gotcha.
This one's all mine!
Magic is there. Sleep now. I'll be saving this one. Lightning. Downfall. Magic is there. Sleep now. Hurricane field. More for the stockpile. Holy land. Now for something special.
I've been carved through armor.
Divine Savior. A chain, but you get the gist. Annihilation. Divine Savior.
Ignite!
Blah blah blah. Cyclone. I never miss. Blah blah blah.
Shattering of pieces. Attack time. Now that's the bit I can do.
Holy land.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Oh wow, they're all dying.
One more.
Feel the medicine working.
One final push.
Let's finish this
Close
off.
one.
I'll do my best not to disappoint.
Blah blah blah. Magic sealed.
Cancel away.
Can't be happening. In here. Let's get you off the way.
Wow.
This medicine works as promised.
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Oh my gosh, he's casting right in front of the boss! Did he?
The enemy is going all out.
Ready and raring.
Close one. Gotcha.
Look sharp. Magna Ray. Lunar Arc.
Searing flame. Gotcha. I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing to burning. I can do this all day.
Now you see what I can do.
A chain between you, Jess. Divine
Can't get out of this!
You get the gist. Cyclone! Where are you going? You get the gist.
Anything in armor is all mine. I can carve through armor.
Holy Land!
This one's mine!
You get the gist. Divine! Let's show you what my art can do.
Can you take it?
You get the gist. This one's mine. Burning strike! You get the gist. Burning strike!
Why don't they,
Magic is there! Seal!
I'm not beyond fury.
It's go time.
Sealed! This'll come in handy.
I have to train harder.
Thanks so much! Inferno Cross! I'm
Oh!
sorry.
I missed the, name.
Look sharp.
Watch yourself. I sense incredible power.
Blah 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 magic! Sleep now. Seal! In here! I'll be saving this one.
Oh my god. Why are you like right in front of the enemy? I wish there's an option you could tell them to stay away. Especially with Shionne and Dolan. Shionne especially, not run up and attack it. Oh god, everybody's dead. Don't die, please.
Here goes!
Not today!
Oh, come on! I just stood. Oh my god, Dolly, why were you trying to attack the boss? Oh my god, I'm burning all my life bottles on them.
Close one!
Oh my god.
Resuscitation! Here, let me help.
No rest for the wicked.
Armor won't save you.
One more time! Holy Land! A chain to blah blah blah!
Ready and raring. Armor won't save you.
Blah blah blah! Cyclone!
Train harder.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Divine Save!
This one's mine!
You get the gist. Divine Savior! A chain between heaven and earth.
Oh god damn it, that was my.
Take this. Glacial fire. Thanks. Nothing gets by me. It looks like we made.
Oh fuck. I'm gonna rest myself, man. I don't trust them.
Lunar Arc. Down. Your art.
Magic is there! Sealed!
Because honestly, I would think they would just.
Here!
I would think they would just get hit by the tidal waves.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front lines. No sooner said than done.
It's showtime! Going in! Air thrust! Blah blah blah! Burning strike! Blah blah blah! Ready! Blah blah blah! Holy blah blah blah! Divine!
I'll smash you.
You get the gist! Burning strike! Law!
Demons descend. Flashing
Oh
bang.
my god.
Huh? What's a letter doing in a place like this?
Hell if I know. I highly doubt that Zoogle was trying to guard it. Still, somebody must have left it for some... Law.
Huh? What's up?
something up?
It's from my old man. My dear son, I wonder how things will be between us by the time you read this.
In any case, I first want to congratulate you on all that you've accomplished. Making it this far requires a strong body, fine technique, an unwavering spirit, and most of all, friends that you can count on. If you have all of that, then I, as your father, have nothing to worry about. Those things together will always keep you on the right path. That brings me to what I really wish to discuss with you. As with all of us, there will someday come a time when you'll be a grown man who can and must think and act for himself. Whether you'll live in a world where blood will no longer be spilled between Danins and Renins, or when that day arrives, nobody can say. But even if peace still eludes us then, you'll have to decide how to live in this world. Listen to others with an open heart, but don't be swept away by their words. Always live on your terms. One more thing. If I ever see you again, I hope to say this to you in person, but neither of us knows what tomorrow may bring. Know this. Whatever you think of me and what I've done, your mother and I love you very, very much.
And there's nothing in this whole world that will ever change that. Your father, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
I can't believe he's only telling me all this after he's gone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Zephyr once told me that living freely meant being your own master. I think he wanted to make sure you know how he felt one way or another. What you do with that knowledge is up to you.
But that still doesn't explain why his father left that letter for him here, of all places.
Don't forget, we were led to this place. We may well get some answers if we go back to the source of all this.
Hey.
Hey.
I guess... No way. Damn. Whew. All right. This is... Thanks.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay. New weapons. Good accessory. What? Increase defense, elemental defense, resistance by 20%. Wow, that's pretty cool. Give it to her? Aw, that only could be him. Actually, I think that might be better.
Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. They could also be strict, though, especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well. Of course, if I'd had known that one day I'd be doing this, I would have taken my studies more seriously. What about your parents?
Same deal. Run through the mill. Told constantly that training was the only way to survive in a world like this. It got bad enough that I ended up running away and siding with the Renans of all people. And now, I've got that training to thank for being alive.
I know how that feels.
The first time we met, you risked using your magic to stop me from kicking my dad's ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
You don't say. So, Did your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand, but I'm glad. Your dad must have been a great guy.
He was.
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the sound, but something about Cislodia always feels mysterious to me. Solemn, almost.
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own Altalina Palace is no slouch.
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the shadows on the silvery white snow, it has a certain indescribable quality.
Indeed. It was boorish of me to even suggest such a comparison.
All I know is it's freaking cold. Still, more pleasant now that the locals aren't quite as frosty towards us.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty for your warm self.
Oh, come on! You know I didn't mean you. Besides, really, I'm the one who...
How about we stop getting hung up on the past for a change? Take what you've learned and put it to use in the future instead.
An unexamined past can be just as dangerous in its own right.
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain someone I know.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the same thing about one or two of the other women around here.
Tell me about it.
I think I'll refrain from commenting on this one.
Hoodle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty red meat sound better, boy?
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with treats. Get your own adorable sidekick if you're so desperate for one.
He appears to enjoy being the center of attention.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell used to be joined at the hip, or shoulder to talon.
It's not just Hoodle who's become more trusting. Isn't that so, Rinwell?
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose since we've been together, I've done my share of coming out of my own shell too.
Well then, I guess with you and Hoodle, that makes us all one big happy family.
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hoodle will come over and sit next to me. I only wish I could actually pet him.
Oh, you will someday. You won't believe how soft he is.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old Featherbrain without him trying to claw me to ribbons.
Really? He seems tame enough around everyone else. Maybe it's just Hoodle's way of establishing dominance?
That's dogs, not owls.
What's going on when Hoodle pecks at you?
I don't know. Like when I'm talking to Rinwell, it's like he's trying to muscle me out or something. Unless... Wait, you don't suppose I make him jealous?
Come again?
Ow! Get off of me, you insecure fluff ball!
I rather think they make a good comedic pairing. That treasure. What a sweet-sounding ring it has.
Hoo. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo.
Maybe something's going on in the forest. Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Hoo hoo. 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 Hoo hoo. Hoo.
Are those two discussing relics again?
Then it's a promise.
Indeed it is.
Law, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh, Kisara. It's nothing. It's just those two are being sneaky over there. I heard something about a promise.
A promise? If it has to do with relics, then what?
Wait, you don't think they're gonna ditch us to become treasure hunters, do you?
I really doubt that.
You never know. He's pretty damn crazy for those relics of his.
Yeah, that's true.
It'd make things difficult for you if they just up and disappeared on us, right?
Yeah, that'd cause some problems.
We've gotta do something to stop them.
Hey, what if we collected all of the relics ourselves?
That's it! Then they wouldn't have to go anywhere!
We might not be able to hear them talk like he can, but we can still search for them anywhere that looks likely.
Yeah, between the two of us, I'm sure we won't miss a single one.
Speaking of which, why are you so concerned about them taking off?
Huh? Well, you see...
This is going to be so great!
Indeed. Once we're finished, we can hold it in the palace.
A Danon Relic Exhibition!
I'll let you serve as our exhibit guide, Rinwell.
Right! I'll study up so I can answer any question they throw at me.
And, if you could, please ensure that Hoodle stays far, far away from the exhibits.
Who?
What a wonderful treasure this is.
I think Hoodle senses something.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Did we really just spend that much money? Me?
That would... was quite the little adventure we went on.
What do you all say to taking the path less trodden for once?
Path? I don't see any path.
Do you mean that thing that looks like an animal trail? Path may be a generous term. I'm assuming you know where it leads?
My gut says to a bridge.
Hoodle says your gut's wrong.
Really? Well, it is definitely in the right general direction.
Not that main roads are necessarily danger-free, but he does have an uncanny knack for insisting on some strange and unique routes.
Alvin always did like a challenge. Can't say I appreciate some of the more daredevil ways he's taken us, though.
Like the landslide he insisted was a shortcut before disappearing off the edge? Nearly gave me a heart attack.
I'll say, yet the intrepid explorer looked as happy as a pig in muck.
Probably best we stick to doing our own orienteering in the future.
Hey, so what about this route then?
Maybe if we pretend we can't hear him.
Don't you think the path forward is fraught enough without making extra problems for ourselves? Maybe best to reel it back.
Good point. I say we stick to the main track like regular travelers for once.
Guys? I will break down this wall!
Huh? Something smells nice.
It's probably the accessory I picked up earlier. It uses materials that put off a pleasing aroma.
Ooh, that sounds lovely. I'm jealous.
Want to try it on? I'm sure it'll look great on you.
Really? I'd love to.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while? You want some?
Well, I'll be. I'm not accustomed to such offers, but I'll gladly partake. It's quiet tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think there are even any Zoogles lurking around for once. Is this one of those times where people would start playing music?
My, have our talks sparked an interest in such arts?
I wouldn't go that far. But from what I've seen, there's a lot more to life than just swinging swords and getting into fights all the time.
You wouldn't have gone without that knowledge for so long, had we Renans not pillaged your planet. Words cannot express how sorry I feel.
300 years of bad blood is too much to lay on one person's feet. That's something a man I admired once said.
I appreciate the sentiment. I pray that once all of this fighting is over, you'll be able to finally find a purpose for yourself, other than simply fighting.
You know, it's strange. I haven't given much thought about what I'm actually going to do with my life once our quest is all over. The only thing I've ever been good at in life is swinging my sword around and hitting things.
Then perhaps it's time for you to begin to contemplate what else you wish to do in life.
Aside from fighting... I guess you've got things like your music and antique collecting to look forward to after all.
Well, I'm sure you have other interests as well. From what I can tell, you seem to be rather interested in weaponry and Renan machinery, yes?
I'm only interested in weapons when it comes to how easy they are to use. And as for technology, I don't know a damn thing about it.
If you have the interest, you can always learn. Being able to understand and create technology that supports and improves lives is always valuable.
I'm not sure I'm cut out for studying. You're right, there's stuff I wouldn't mind knowing more about, but...
That was merely a hypothetical example. My point is that sometimes you can find the answer in the things that you like and already do.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, I know. If we're talking about things I like, what if I tried opening a spicy food restaurant?
Not bad. Although your customer base may be limited.
I feel bad making you my life coach when I originally just wanted to drink together.
Think nothing of it. It is the least I owe you. My life wouldn't be what it is today had you and your friends not come to Vicent. In fact, I think I may owe you all more than I could ever hope to... Alphen? I suppose we should call it a day. Feeling... better after last night?
Oh, guess we'll get to see it soon.
We finally made it.
Oh?
Okay, up. Off we go.
Everything okay there, big guy? You look kind of pissed.
I'll say. He looks like he wants to bite the head off something.
What's eating at you? Come on, Alphen. You're gonna bring us all down if you keep that ferocious scowl on.
Oh, sorry. Do I really look that ticked off?
Yeah, it kinda makes you hard to talk to. So, what's bothering you?
It's a pebble.
A pebble?
Snuck its way into the back of my boot. I can't seem to get rid of it.
Oh, I totally get you. Weird how much it can get on your nerves, huh?
Yeah, it's barely bigger than a grain of sand. So how come it feels like I'm walking around on hot nails?
You know, maybe this is a crazy solution, but you could just take your boot off and give it a shake.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, of course. You're right. Phew. It's like I've been given a new lease on life. Thanks for the tip, Shionne.
Seemed kind of obvious, but you're welcome. That's the trouble with windy places. All that fine debris ends up getting into your hair and clothes.
Alphen, is it just me, or have you become extra sensitive ever since getting your sense of pain back?
Now that you mention it, the other night at camp, there was a fly buzzing around that annoyed him so much, he unsheathed the blazing sword.
So much for sensitive. That's just being a Mr. Cranky Pants.
Nothing new on that front, then.
What's the matter, Alphen? You look a little tense.
It's nothing, really.
He wants to get angry, but knows that doing so would only prove our point. Hence the building frustration showing plainly on his face.
Would you stop analyzing things for 1 minute?
Point taken.
Okay, off we go.
Isn't that all Madria's?
So this is where her ship drifted.
Then the one who wrote the letter is...
Alive, but badly wounded. I doubt many of the others have survived.
Let's survey the area.
This will be a delicious... piece of cake! Like
In a vine?
Look sharp! Right here! I got him!
Don't get carried
They
away!
rushed you! You gotta jump for cover, okay?
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for.
I see.
Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
What?
Pistol!
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
What?
Tempest! Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver! Seismic rupture!
Now!
Dance on the wind! A newborn future, the past is hereby severed. Epochal severance! I prefer not to unleash my true power if I can help it.
It was a sight to behold.
Sometimes I forget the power of your origins.
Not bad, not bad.
Get behind me!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Hurricane!
A whirling struggle! Annihilation! Winds of heaven! Cyclone!
Insects should stay on the ground.
Hurricane strike! Havoc strike!
Do
Got
it!
fire!
I've got
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Certainly not.
Celestial Hammer! Ice Prison!
Elusive
Electric
deity!
Shock!
Eagle ray!
Razor Cyclone! Ice Prison! Lightning! Hurricane!
Let's keep up the
Raging
pressure!
Cascade! Spread!
I'll face you!
Hurricane strike! Lightning strike!
Here goes!
Hurricane
Not so smug now!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
You get to dance! Holy Land!
Make it rain!
This could be useful.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Way!
Take this!
The waters of creation!
This one's
Radiant
mine!
Dance! Immortal Droplet! Tidal Wave!
Stay calm.
I'll
I
take
shall
out the
provide
lake with
assistance.
my shield! Do it, Havoc!
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around!
Certainly not.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Rotating pile driver!
Switch to offense!
Divine Savior!
Good to know my training's paying off.
And what, pray tell, does this training of yours entail?
Why? Interested in joining me?
Out of my way!
Flame inside me yearns to be
I
let
shall
free.
ensure you survive this.
Elusive deity! Soaring blood!
Simian pest.
I shall feel you where you stand! We did it!
Do it!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot!
Holy I think I'm getting stronger.
There's something in the water.
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea. I'll go for that one. Hup. Is this what I think it is? Anybody could reel in that.
You sure know what you're doing.
I've got a good feeling about this one. I did it! But I'm not gonna quit now.
You tamed a real beast.
Ha! There we go. Looks like I hooked a pretty rare fish.
There certainly are a wide array of fish on Dana.
This is probably the boss fish.
Everything looks fine with the lure. All right, let's do this. Hup. There we go.
Ah. No boss fish here? That's sad.
I reeled us in a big one.
I can't believe you caught that with a rod. Amazing.
Dispose of the trash. That'll bring you down. Let the marksman handle this. Lightning strike! Hit! Blah, blah, blah. Water!
Don't worry, I'm
You get on my nerves.
This one's all mine.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. A whirling circle. Blah, blah, blah. The first light and feel. Time to burn. My Emma! Damn it! Out of ammo!
Looking fierce.
You must be rubbing off on me.
Ha, let's kick some ass, kid.
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Where are you going? Primed and ready. Hurricane throw! Rocket miasma! Decay!
You wanna play?
Come at me! Searing flame! Reload! Hurricane strike! This point! Now! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go. Where are you going? Glacier, crush all! Miasma! Decay! Display! I'm on a roll! Zephyr! You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Don't get complacent. Like moths to the flame.
In a bind, prepare to be sealed.
Radiant light!
Here, glacial time!
One more!
Dance on the wind.
This
Not today. Elusive deity.
I can't imagine what we'd do without you. Well,
Well then, I should probably think about tonight's menu.
I'm not afraid. Get lost! Hurricane strike! Forward up! Lunar Look up! Magic is here! Inferno crossing! You got company! Tiger blade! Power of water! Havoc deity! Magic is here! Thunder blade!
Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Chain the blah blah blah! Lunar corruption! We don't have firearms here on Genos.
I can show you mine if you like.
That would be really awesome, Shionne.
That extra training paid off.
It's you.
Lord Dohalim.
I figured I'd find you here, Kelzelik.
You knew he'd be here?
The handwriting on the note was all too familiar to me.
Did you come all the way out here to mock me, or have you changed your mind about putting me to death?
What if I had?
You have no right. You who abandoned your lordly duties and chose to fraternize with embeddeds of all people! And for what? How could someone as powerful as yourself turn your back upon the crown contest?
Not this again.
I ran from this once, but I must face it now. The crown contest was never for me. I apologize for dragging you along, but I do not regret my choice in the slightest. Listen to me, Kelzelik. People change. They can change given time, and regardless of their race. I know you're a capable man. You could do so much for others if you were so inclined.
Me? Impossible. It's too late for me. Death. Death closes in on me wherever I go.
What?
That's Almatrius.
Is she alive too?
It's death!
Has this thing become even more ruthless?
There's nothing more fearsome than a wounded beast.
Especially without its master.
Well, I'm not leaving it to its own devices.
Mega ray! By the power of water! The flashing part's their weak point. A new lease on life. Raging cascade! Sealed! Healing circle! I'm sorry.
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Well, oops, didn't realize you could jump like that.
Radiant light.
Switch to regeneration. Their arts were interrupted. Much obliged.
In here!
Have unique ways of...
Sleep now.
Tell me about it later.
Here's a healing art. Heal. It can't get up. Air boost. I can do this all day. This one is mine. You get the jet. can feel the medicine working. Lightning! You get the gist. I'll bring you back from death to this. Yes, I have denied. You get the gist. Divine Savior from death to this. I never miss. You get the gist. Burning Inferno closing. Raging Cascade. All heal. Spread. Not on my watch. Resuscitation. This can't be happening. Come on. You have to hold on.
Do it!
All healed. Time to shine. Catapult.
Did I just see him right in front of the bots and get hit?
Anything in armor is all
Oh my god.
Not today!
What was I thinking?
Guess I had to use it sometimes.
Annihilation. From beyond.
It's in your hands now.
By the power of water. Gemini Aqua.
What the f-
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
It's on!
Resuscitation. Ready to go. I still got some fight left in me.
God.
Burn. Knock it into next week.
Oh my god. Still got killed. I guess I'm gonna play a game of how many life bottles is gonna be on the AI.
Holy land. Blah blah blah. Friend. Who cares?
Yeah, it's an unlimited jump
Make
range.
it in time. Rotating piles. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with resuscitation. Benediction light.
I still got some fight. Damn it. Out of ammo.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with resuscitation.
Burn in hell!
Air thrust. Blah blah blah. Burn it. Blah blah blah.
Oh god damn it. Ah.
Sorry.
Can you take it?
Holy shit.
Lunar blast. Sometimes the best
Take
medicine
this.
is the toughest to swallow too. I'll bring
Now
you
it's
back
my
from
turn.
death to this.
It's on!
I've seen you. In your face.
Ready to go.
I'll grind you into dust.
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Benediction light. Heal.
Can jump right.
Can you take it? No further.
Okay, well.
I let my guard down.
Bring you back from death's abyss.
Why? Because these are just randoms that get killed. What the fuck?
Not today!
Radiant here. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Dance on the wind. It's in your hands now.
I don't know what hit. I don't know what killed me.
Here goes. Can't be happening.
My downfall.
Christ.
A new lease on life. Who cares?
Can you take it? Take this.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Seismic rupture.
Ignite!
I still got some fight left. Let me help.
Does it hurt?
Can't be helped. Magic Sam.
Oh come on, Shionne. Why are you such a dumbass? Fuck.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation.
I'll be saving this one.
Nothing will hold me back.
Do it!
Blah blah blah. Match in here.
Seismic rupture. No further.
Saving this one.
Actually hit me.
Sleep now. Mega Ray. Get on in there with the others. Thunderblade. Mega Ray.
There goes Rinwell. Why is Rinwell fighting in front of the boss?
Let the marksman handle this. I'll bring you back.
Did I disable all her melee arts? Yeah, I did. Should be all casting. Oh my god.
From death's abyss. I'll bring you back from death's abyss. Resuscitation. Let me show you what my
No
art
rest for
can
the
do.
wicked.
Rise and shine.
From beyond,
Will this help?
imbue this vanquished soul with love.
Oh fuck.
Resuscitation.
I'm in trouble.
Forgive me.
I still got some fight left in me. I'm out of ammo. More for the stockpile. Resuscitation. Here, let me help.
No rest for the wicked.
Too much to handle.
Begin.
The medicine.
Burn.
Illuminate magic
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Magic is in. Lunar corruption. Look sharp.
Ah, damn it. I started getting killed too.
The waters of creation. Resuscitation. I'll heal you all.
No further.
And he actually killed me pretty easily. Only 59. Actually, I am not. I'm
A new lease on life.
Seismic Russia! You picked the wrong fight!
Benediction light.
Look sharp.
Heal!
Oh,
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love resuscitation! This one's all mine!
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Seismic Russia! Crescent Flash!
that defense up saved my
You
ass.
made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Heal!
Benediction light.
Heal!
Wait a minute, Rinwell, why is that close? Get the hell away!
Magic is in.
Benediction light. Further.
That's my fault.
I'll be saving this from hurricane strike. Lightning resuscitation. Hurricane strike.
Not like this.
Illuminate the magic is in. Holy land. Chain between heaven and earth.
Seismic Russia!
Magic is in. Blah blah blah. Lunar corruption.
No further.
Oh, come on. I dodged.
A chain
I know I dodged.
This one's mine! I'll smash you!
No rest for the wicked. Benediction light.
Heal!
Back into the fray.
I let my guard down.
I'm going to need to use Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth.
The earth throbs in pain.
I hope this medicine works.
I'll be saving this.
Anything in armor is all mine!
I'll bring you magic and
Benediction light.
Freeze Lancer!
Sorry, I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Here's a healing art! Oh, sparkling stars of light!
This one's mine!
This one's mine!
On the ground! I'll grind you into dust!
I'll bring you back from
The tempest engulfs you! I'll smash you! Tempest!
resuscitation! In here!
Can you take it? My reach is even too thick!
Something handy. Going in! Blah, 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 magic!
Benediction light.
Let's get you all tucked away!
This death shall not be forgotten.
Can't be happening! Magic is in!
Hit your tail, please.
It looks like you got nothing covered by me!
I let my guard down.
Now you see what I can do!
More where that came from! Air thrust! A whirl, blah, blah, blah!
Resuscitation!
Enemies immobilized!
I can't do it! Take this! I'll grind you with it! Ignite!
Healing circle!
Flash!
Blah, 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 magic!
Illusion!
Sorry, recovery.
Soaring flash!
Here!
That helps.
Crescent flash!
Bring you back from death's abyss! Divine faith!
I'll grind you into dust!
The waters of creation!
Oh, come on.
Blah, blah, blah! Astral energy! Full throttle! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Holy land! Resuscitate between heaven and earth!
Enter for me, fast. You have to
The
settle
enemy
up
is going
something.
all out! Ready to...
This one's all mine!
Raging cascade!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love resuscitation!
Just run up and get blasted with a laser.
In here!
Oh my god.
Lightning strike!
Don't get carried away!
Oh my god.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love resuscitation!
I can't move!
Benediction light.
Here!
Prepare to be
I'll bring you
sealed!
back from death! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Heaven and earth! Resuscitation!
Enjoy the ground while you're down there.
In here! First aid!
Easter!
Get on in there with the others! There you go! Don't let up! It's in the sky!
God damn it, too late.
It's go time!
Winds of
That's
heaven!
my fault.
Here's a healing arm!
I tried to put defense up before I got hit. That's a little too late.
Ignite!
Magic is to accomplish this. Oh, sparkling
Begin!
I won't give up. The waters of creation.
The flame inside me
Come on.
yearns to be let free!
I let my guard down.
Burn in hell!
You serious? Oh lord.
I can feel the medicine working.
I'll grind you into dust!
This battle is stacked heavy against us.
So we regroup and try again.
You're right. You must play intelligently.
I'll bring you back a whirling struggle.
Benediction light.
Winds of heaven
Heal!
here.
This one's all mine!
I'll be saving this one. Magic is in. Freeze blast.
Easter!
Let's put you out of your misery. Where are you going? Banana head go. I'm expert. My head spinning just watching you. Radiant here. Blah blah blah. Magic. Freeze lancer. Blah blah blah. Air thrust.
My reach is even in your face!
Shield. I can handle it.
Now see what I can do!
Lightning strike. Dance in the wind.
Far enough! I'll grind you into this one's all mine!
Lightning strike.
Benediction light.
Lunar arc! Heal!
Going in.
Inferno pulsing! Think you can grind you into dust! This one's mine! Lunar arc! Ready and real!
Hurricane strike. Lightning strike. Hurricane.
Rage.
Elusive light course through armor!
Let me help.
Rotating
I
fire
never
fiber.
miss.
God damn it.
I'll bring you winds of heaven. First
Ah.
seal. Resuscitation. Let's get you off the way. Blah blah blah. Never mind. I can do this all day.
Wait.
Hurricane strike. Freeze.
my God.
Before you get dead. Air thrust. So blah blah blah. Resuscitation. Arch requires. I heal you all.
My down.
Walking carried away!
Healing circle. Freeze.
This death shall not be forgotten.
Sorry.
Rinwell!
From
Come
beyond,
on, really? You weren't
imbue
even
this vanquished
casting.
soul with love. Resuscitation!
Will this help? I've still got some fight left.
Do it! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation!
Get out. I won't give up.
Oh god, come on, Shionne.
I'm sorry.
Resuscitation! I see you!
Can't lose.
I see you! In your face!
Thanks, Shionne.
I'll bring you back from death to lightning strike.
Can you
Hurricane
You're mine! I'll smash you!
An outstanding effect and a smart. Round and pound. Healing circle. Illumine. Blah blah blah.
Power
Magic.
surges through me.
I'm
Benediction light.
sorry.
Heal!
Hurricane strike.
It's on!
Resuscitation.
Far
Smart. That'll bring you down. Down. Hurricane winds of heaven.
Ignite!
I didn't think you had it in you.
Okay, there'll be time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
Going in. Get on in there with the others. You're mine. Oh, going in. Stars of light. Rain down and purify.
Lightning strike.
Here.
Now you see what I can do!
This will come in handy.
Take this!
Now.
Come on.
Here I come. This one's mine.
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Blah blah blah.
I'll grind you in the dust!
Nothing gets by me.
Now you see what I can do!
This will come in handy.
I'll grind you in the dust!
Far enough!
Going in. The enemy is going all out. Magic is on. Tidal wave. I can use it all.
Benediction light. Just glad to be of service.
Let's
And of course, Shionne gets killed because she's.
From beyond,
The AI is so bad in this game, really.
resuscitation. Benediction light. Heal. Benediction light. Heal. Benediction light. Heal. Benediction light. Heal.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Oh, sparkling sunlight! Rain down!
I don't know why the fell.
Radiant clear! A chain between heaven and earth!
Opa.
Magic is them! Dance in the wind! In here! I'll be safe.
This one's mine.
Resurrection! Magic is them! I'll be saving this one! Here's a healing heart!
Benediction light. Heal.
Denied. Time to deal some hurt. Armor won't save you. It's on. Easter.
Rain down!
Dance in the wind.
By the power of war! In here! Hurricane strike! Lightning strike!
Nothing will hold me
Magic
back.
I'll heal you! Hurricane strike!
Seismic rupture.
Going in!
I'm in your debt.
Hurricane strike!
And just like that, I'm back in. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Holy land! You get the gist.
I'll thank you. This one's time to deal some hurt.
Do it! You get the gist. Now!
All yours, Kisara.
Jesus, I was so glad.
There.
Would you come with us? We can take you someplace safe.
To where? Where could I possibly be safe from that?
What are you talking about? We already took care of the monster.
No! Death is immortal by its very nature. Even now it haunts me. It hounds me. The silver death curses me incessantly. Its many faces, many voices. Don't follow me. Leave me be. Leave me alone.
What's happened to him?
Whatever it is, it seems we have read the situation wrong.
He spoke of a silver death. Do you think he could be referring to the people back in Vicente that he hollowed?
He did so at Almadria's urging. I'm sure that somewhere deep down, he felt guilt and remorse for what he did. It was easy to blame it all on Almadria while she was alive. But now that she's gone, he has no one left but himself to blame for his own misdeeds. He's alone with his guilt on this island.
But it sounds like he lacked the mental fortitude to endure it.
Makes sense. Sounds like just desserts to me.
Almadria's monsters had nothing to do with it then.
So he was a Renin, yet he regretted his part in the Danan's persecution. And now he's beyond help.
Should we really just wash our hands of him, though?
To be honest, it seems like he's punished himself far more than any punishment we could hope to mete out. Dohalim.
If I hadn't met all of you, No, even after that. If I hadn't accompanied you on this journey, it's entirely possible that might have been me.
But you did. You're here with us now. And you didn't stumble upon redemption, Dohalim. This is the path you chose for yourself.
Yes, I suppose it is.
I think Hoodle senses something.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Oh. 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 That treasure. What a sweet sounding ring it has.
You really think so?
I think Hoodle senses something.
It's like we've assembled every single owl in Dana.
You know, looking at them all, I think we very well may have. Talk about a spectacular sight.
Yeah. His Majesty and Her Majesty both seem pleased as well.
When she's all alone, her thoughts drift to sad places. I did all this so that she could have lots of friends and live happily ever after.
Hey, I get a little grumpy sometimes.
I'm interpreting for the owls, not talking about you.
Well, at least Hoodle isn't alone anymore, right?
Right. Hey, Hoodle? Huh? Hoodle, I think you should stay. If you keep traveling with us, it's going to be constant fighting, and you'll be put in a lot more danger. But this is a safe place, filled with lots of friends for you. Plus, you can learn lots of new stuff with friends. Just like all the new things I've gotten to learn since I met Alphen and everyone else. All I could teach you was to jump from twig to twig. But now look at you. You're soaring to new heights. You can go wherever you want on your own now. So, stay here and be with your friends, okay?
Are you sure about this?
Hey, I didn't mean for you to...
It's okay. I made up my mind. We stuck with each other for as long as we did because we had no one else to depend on. Now, it's for the best we stay among our own kind. Take care of yourself, Hoodle. Hoodle? Hoodle, no! Your friends are that way! Why can't you understand?
I think he's trying to say, I don't abandon my friends.
Huh?
Oodle has his own wings. If he wanted to leave, he could have left whenever he wanted to.
He can come back to this place whenever he wants to. But right now, what he wants is to be with you.
It's true that his own kind is here, and he knows that. But he won't know if you'll always be around, Rinwell.
But, I mean...
I think he's asking you whether you really want him to go.
No! Of course I don't really want him to go. Hoodle's the only family I have left.
Then it's settled.
Hoodle has a place to go home to whenever he wants, and that'll never change things between you.
Are you sure about this, Hoodle?
Take care of our friend.
I pray your journey is a safe one.
Okay, enough already.
Thank you. Try to be nice to one another, your majesties.
Well, what's the answer?
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, we'll both take care of each other.
I meant the owl's answer.
Let's go, Hoodle.
I feel like somebody's watching us.
Maybe there's someone around here who needs our help.
Halim pancakes!
Huh?
Oh boy, this is gonna get expensive. I could start tearing down half of these tier 1s. Not like I need. Keep at least 3 just in case. Okay. Didn't expect that. Look at this. That's pretty huge. Let's see. I wonder if it makes a big difference. We'll see. Well, we'll keep it like that.
I'd like to check their wares if you don't mind.
The damage difference is, so I'm not gonna. Jesus, I'm missing crap load for that.
equal parts compassion and passion, always ready to boldly rescue anyone from the perils of the munchies. Delectable, ineffable Dohalim pancakes! Get 'em while they're hot!
That's quite the sales pitch.
This is all new to me as well, I assure you.
Why, if it isn't Lord Dohalim himself! Care for a pancake, my lord?
Might as well have some while we're here.
Indeed. However, I'm not sure how I feel about eating my own visage in front of the populace.
At least let me show you how to make them! I'll also teach you the most important part, how to draw Lord Dohalim.
Oh, this sounds like pure gold. I'm game.
Hey, we should make some pancakes right now.
They were drawing Dohalim's face back there. That seems like a handy trick to keep in your back pocket.
The recipe's light on ingredients, and a little extra work could bring the flavor right out.
Great! Then let's make some together. Our very own personalized pancakes.
Sure, I got this.
You're out, Alvin. I don't need spicy pancakes. You're out too, Kisara. You'd win easily.
Win what? Is it a competition?
Yes! A contest between me, Shionne, and Dohalim.
Wait, what? I'm more of an eating specialist.
You can say that again.
I accept any and all challenges.
Great. Then I'll be the judge.
I can gather the ingredients.
Okay, then it's on!
Hey, what about me?
Maybe we'll have some luck finding what we need at the farm.
That was quite the little adventure we went on. Right.
Thanks.
Oh! Whoa! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen! It's time to find out once and for all whose pancakes reign supreme!
I guess he's emceeing now.
Let's hear some thoughts from Kisara, our judge!
Indeed. This is a highly eclectic group of competitors. I look forward to seeing what they produce for us today.
Expectations sure are running high! Ah! And here comes Shionne with her entry!
I applied all of my know-how to this, and put extra care into the visual presentation.
Well, that's bold.
Nothing wrong with Shionne holding her head high. Let's see how it tastes. What?
I mixed in some candy that tingles the tongue.
Oh, I see. It's creative. I'll give it that. But it's quite, a mouthful, as it were. It might be too sweet.
Well, I should hope so. I put in as much food and sugar as I could. It should provide 3 days' worth of nourishment.
3 days' worth?
Our judge has been left stunned!
And not in a good way.
Now it's time for the Lord himself!
Here is what I made.
What the?
Dohalim pancakes!
I can't believe he actually did the art.
Go on, relish my crowning achievement to your heart's content.
Well, don't mind if I do.
Not even a moment's pause.
Dohalim, there's some strange liquid leaking out of this.
Indeed, I gathered delicacies the world over and packed them all in. That's what makes my masterpiece so good. Pancakes are overrated anyways.
And you're out.
Defeat.
And just like that, his lordship is disqualified.
What do I do? I just made regular old pancakes. They're both just so eccentric. And mine is so... How am I supposed to follow their acts?
Rinwell, you're up!
Okay, I'm coming. Just putting on some finishing touches. Ooh! Oh, Oodle. Ah! Your face! Whew. Are you sure? Well, okay. I'll never forget you, Hoodle.
Huh?
Okay, made it. Here you go.
Oh no, you didn't.
Huh?
Never mind. Let's see what Judge Kisara thinks.
Let's see. It's nice and soft around the edges, and yet there's a Hoodle face firmly imprinted in the middle. The contrast of fluffiness and firmness is simply fascinating. And there's a sweet texture that's nicely offset by the jam's tartness. That, and it's the strangest thing, it gives me this odd sense of ardor and conviction. I give this a perfect winning score.
Rinwell takes the title!
Looks like you reign supreme over pancakedom.
I don't understand. I thought I'd gotten the look and taste perfect. What could I have done wrong? Huh? Where's Kisara?
She took off running to burn off the food she ate.
I may have done her a disservice. I guess I was only thinking about what I personally would want to eat.
You know, these other ones are actually pretty good. I could go for more of this texture and salty sweetness.
I agree. Still, they pale next to Rinwell's pancakes.
Yeah, no question there.
In fact, I would love to partake in them again sometime. Whatever gave it such a fright?
Don't worry about it. I'll draw all of your faces next time.
I can't wait.
You just draw them, right?
I love that fact that Law thought Rinwell sacrificed Hoodle to become the pancake face. He's like, Rin, you didn't. And Hoodle's like, what?
Finally made it.
Right.
Leo Temple. Isn't that where Shionne was being held?
Shh. Wasn't it beautiful? I can't wait for this.
I wonder if the armor guy's gonna take off his armor. Should be interesting. Go in the wrong direction. Good. Good. Yeah.
I sure wish we could go on vacation.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt for us to unwind a little for once.
Not like... Mm-hmm.
Oh, he didn't take off his armor. How sad.
Oh. Just great.
Cheers!
Cheers!
I bet Shionne's gonna get the flowers. Okay.
What?
Nice try, you two. Better luck next time.
Never. Why?
Wait, something's wrong.
I couldn't catch it. I'll always be alone. How could I? Oh, please. I'm so lonely.
Oh no. This is just like what happened before. Alphen!
I'm alone. I'm all alone.
What can I do to get her to snap out of it? There aren't any thorns this time. I've got it!
Alphen?
Shionne, you're not alone. You've got all of us. And it wasn't just one bouquet either. There's also this one from me. So please, don't give up. We'll fight this together. Shionne!
You dummy! That's not what I was upset about. How many times do I need to tell you not to blindly rush into things?
That said, it does make me feel better. Even if your bouquet is just a weapon named after one.
I'm just glad I could help. And I made another one to go with it, so it wouldn't be lonely either.
You never cease to amaze me, Alphen. Seriously.
Feeling better now, Shionne?
I'm sorry I lost my cool like that.
Don't worry. It's not like I have any room for criticism.
Being a grown-up isn't easy, is it?
Oh, thank God, I would like to have this. Okay, I don't think there's a wedding outfit, huh? I don't think there is. For sure. Last one.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Yes!
Excuse me!
Hey!
Really now?
What?
I see. Agreed.
Very nice.
Six arm giant, so it sounds like sword dancer. Again? Or something similar to sword dancer, maybe.
Dohalim, the line of researchers is getting longer.
Perhaps I should have put more thought into this before accepting.
Okay, time to go with my plan. The plan is... we're gonna... oh. No, here. Goes third floor. Okay. The plan... need to rest up. The plan is I'm going... guess I'll do it here. Start from the beginning of this dungeon again. What I want to do is try to get my
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Finishing. So I'm gonna refresh my ore, rare ore. Hopefully it'll give me a higher chance to get those.
Okay, whose turn is it to cook today?
Nice try, Law. We all know it's your turn.
Damn, was I that obvious? All right, guess I'll get to it.
Wait, before you get started. Remember when the three of us fixed pancakes back on the farm?
I remember how weirdly proud you were of yours.
Wait, don't tell me you want a rematch.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just, I've been thinking about something ever since that day. I used every trick in the book to make the perfect pancake, and yet...
You're wondering why you lost, right?
Pretty sure it's because you pumped Kisara here with enough sugar to give a Zoogle a...
Anyways, I've come up with a recipe, and was hoping you guys could taste them and tell me what you think.
All right. I'm up for round 2. Challenge accepted.
Wait, are we all doing this?
Come on. Shionne's clearly put a lot of work into this. I'm sure they'll be great. Right, everyone?
Thanks. Okay, wait here. I'll have them fixed up in just a few moments. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Here are your pancakes.
I can't wait. Let's see how they taste. Damn. The way these spices jump about in your mouth, you'd think they'd cancel each other out, but somehow they work brilliantly.
They're so sweet, I feel like they'll melt in my mouth. Every bite makes me feel like I'm in heaven.
Holy crap! These are so rich, just the way I like them! I can't stop stuffing them in my face!
You chose the perfect ingredients and heated them just enough to bring out their flavor. Amazing!
The presentation is simply exquisite, and they have such a pure, refined taste to them as well.
They're perfect!
Shionne, these pancakes are amazing.
Really? I'm so glad they turned out well.
Although, don't we all seem to have different impressions of how they actually taste?
You're right. It's like everyone was eating something completely different.
Here, let me take a bite of yours, Alphen.
It's true. I fine-tuned them to suit each person's unique tastes.
You did that for everyone's pancakes? That must have been a lot of extra work.
It was, but I learned something important in doing so. You see, I was so focused on trying to make something that I thought would please people that I forgot to consider who I was actually serving.
Here, water!
Thanks, Rinwell. I thought I was a goner.
What's important as a cook isn't what I want people to feel about my food. It's about accommodating what they're looking for in a meal.
Well said, Shionne. I'm so proud of you for figuring that out. No recipe is complete without love and care for whoever's eating it. Those alone make a dish taste better than any spice could.
So one might say that what makes a meal are both those who prepare it and those who eat it, rather than the food alone. How insightful.
You've grown so much as a cook, Shionne. I have nothing left to teach you.
Oh, thank you, Master. Thank you so much.
Oh boy. Oh my gosh. MF.
I wonder if you're as soft as you look.
Oh my god.
This is perfect. I'll have everybody's
Hopefully I can
mouths
learn someone
watering when they
else's
see
Hyogi.
this.
Shionne? Yep.
Shionne, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey.
What is it?
Do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what exactly?
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh? Dinner? Oh, dinner, yes. Yes, of course. Dinner. Right.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you have in mind?
Well, do you recognize these ingredients?
This is... Wait, is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we ever had together. Although I remember it not being well received when we had it.
You still remember that, huh? I'm sorry, Shionne.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it, we should be finished in no time.
I never thought we'd end up eating alone like this again. Just the two of us.
Yeah. So much has changed when you look back on it. Well, I guess maybe not what we're eating, but still.
No, I'd say even that's changed too, in a sense. Our meals are a whole lot better now.
True. We've both come quite a long way in the culinary arts.
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I put it? It feels like eating together is a lot more enjoyable than it used to be.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, when Dana is saved and our mission is finished, we'll probably still be sitting down to dinner like this, night after night.
Yep, I doubt that much will change. You've always got to eat at some point.
I hope our dinners will always feel like this.
Maybe not exactly like this. Hopefully we won't still be camping out.
Oh, no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen. That'd be nice too.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
Standing side by side.
Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Side by side, huh?
Sorry if I'm a bit restless during the night.
Well, they're definitely OTP.
Did you get enough sleep?
Okay, time to farm. I have my rare ore up, I believe. So, hopefully I can get tier 5 more easily. I can actually start making this history for Rinwell, Shionne, and no. Oh, wait, no, we're going there already. Or dancer / something around here. There. That was easy.
armed giant. Is this the Zoogle from the request?
It's not only alive, but completely uninjured.
We'll just have to see for ourselves. If it's really as ferocious as the...
Time of the arms. Level 54.
Out of our way!
Most sensible.
Oh, this one again. Oh my god, no.
Magic is there!
I have light book, right? Yes.
Something.
You need to be healed.
How the mighty have fallen.
Holy Land! Stormy blah blah blah!
Ready and rare. Their arts were interrupted.
Oh fuck.
Lunar corruption!
Hey, teleport. Gotta be careful.
Elusive deity.
Magic is there! Burning! Blah blah blah! Air thrust! You get the gist.
Not today!
Stormy blah blah blah! Shooting star!
Take this. Overlord savior.
Hurricane divine savior! Lightning! Blah blah blah! Holy Land!
Burn up.
You get the gist. Holy Land! Heart require complete.
In a vine.
Switch to it!
Burn in hell!
Hurricane strike! Divine save far beyond the
Anything in armor is all mine. Soaring blast. I just carved through armor.
A chain between divine savior! Enemies immobilized! I never miss! Dance to the wind!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Lightning! Lunar corruption! Magic is there! Divine savior! Blah blah blah! Holy Land!
Radiant
Far
light.
beyond blah blah blah!
Oh shit. No, no!
Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Burning strike! You get the gist!
It's on!
Hurricane strike! Blah blah blah! Holy Land! Far beyond blah blah blah!
Let's get back into it.
Shooting star! Blah blah blah! Divine savior!
Now you see what I can do.
Lightning! Blah blah blah! Divine savior! Blah blah blah! Holy Land! Far beyond blah blah blah!
It's on! Burn in hell!
Take this. Hitting
Divine savior!
I'll smash you.
Blah blah blah! I'm almost up. Divine savior!
Thank you.
Let's keep up the pressure! Holy Land! I never miss! Blah blah blah! Burning!
I'll stop it charge.
Thanks, Kisara! Going in! Rise and shine! This one's mine!
It's on!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Magic is up!
Oh, come on. What the fuck?
Here!
Take this.
Bring you back from burning strike! Blah blah blah! Resuscitation! Illuminate the dark! Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong.
Totally!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis! Lunar corruption! This one's mine! Blah blah blah! Burning! Blah blah blah! Air!
Not today!
Tornado drive.
You get the gist! Holy Land! Stormy! Blah blah blah! Shooting star!
Now you see what I can do.
Divine! Radiant Pierce!
No further. It looks like we made a mess.
Here! Divine Savior! Hurricane strike! Close one! Right back at it!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
This one's mine!
Oh shit.
Being interrupted.
Oh my god, the whole thing got blown.
Magic is in! Feel! Sleep now! In here! I'll bring you back. I'll be saving this one!
No rest for the wicked.
Here we go! I'm only getting hurricane
Burn in hell!
Magic is in! Spread! Too much to handle? You get the gist. Outstanding form!
Carved through armor.
Holy Rod! You get the gist. Divine Savior! You get the gist. Shooting star! Not in your dream! Blah blah blah! Holy Land! I never miss! You get the gist. Divine Savior! I'll bring you back from death's abyss. A chain between heaven and earth.
It's on!
Lunar hurricane field.
This has a most peculiar.
Sleep now.
Take this.
What my art can do. In here. Rise and shine. Let's get you all tucked away. Thanks so much.
This has a most
This one's mine! Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Can you take it?
Glacial fire!
Out of the woods.
Not today!
I'm going to need to use air thrust. Now we want things
Tiger
faster.
blade!
You get the gist.
I can carve through armor!
You get the gist. Divine Savior!
No further.
You get the gist. Shooting star! You get the gist. Divine Savior! Arch field! Blah, blah, blah.
One final push.
Let's finish this off.
I'll do my best not to disappoint.
Shooting star! Not in your dreams. Holy Land! Here goes! Here! Go get him! No getting up, please! Radiant, here! Let the marksman handle this! Blah, blah, blah! Air blade!
Carve through armor! Here goes!
They're not playing around! Magic is there! Radiant, here! Blah, blah, blah! Burning strike!
This one's mine!
Top field!
From the wind!
Blah, blah, blah! Burning strike!
It's time!
Sorry to trouble you. Searing flare! Reload! Blah, blah, blah! Burning strike! You get the gist!
Elusive
The flame will roar! Burning strike!
Nothing gets
Blah, blah, blah!
Oh shit! I didn't realize that second hit.
This blah, blah, blah! Burning strike!
You picked the wrong fight!
Blah, blah, blah!
Can I hit him from there?
Holy Land! You get the gist! Hold on to your heart!
Incantation
Here it
ruined.
comes! Blah, blah, blah! Shooting star!
Denied!
Searing flame! You get the gist! I'll bring you back from death
I can carve through armor!
The magic is there! Burning strike! A new lease on life! Magic is there! See, you get the gist! I'm only getting started! In here! Let's get you all tucked away!
I couldn't make it in time.
Blah, blah, blah! Air thrust!
You picked the wrong fight!
One more time! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Well, we beat it in the end.
Let us harvest what we can use and take it with us.
Built for the sake of it and then cast aside. How sad.
Wait, did he even go to boss mode? Boss tactic? Oh, I did. No, actually, maybe I didn't. Oh, no, I did. Unless I didn't restock my stuff. Where are the ores?
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
Oh, fuck. Good. Yes, tier 5. Thank God. 2 tier 5s. Perfect. I can make 2. Hopefully it has good stats on here. I just need one more now. Yeah, I can make that too. That's the, I believe that's the fairy ring. Which I really don't have any need for, honestly. I'm trying to avoid as much fights as I can because my priority is to get the get my accessories up. So this is the mid boss right here. Where I thought there's supposed to be 2. Two of them that has the. It's not. There isn't. It's a shame. I should save first. I don't want to lose the ones I gotten already. I am kind of excited to try that new history plan I was gonna make. I wonder how effective it'll be for Rin. Okay, this is new. So, let's go back to the, person. Turned into quest.
We've reached our destination. Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Yes.
Hmm?
hear a voice. Somebody's...
Mm-hmm.
Again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey!
Hmm?
Well...
Okay, that's interesting. I think I should be okay. I seriously think I should be okay. I should be okay. Well, then again, maybe not. I think I'll be a little more. I can also unlock Law's second Hyogi and work on Rinwell's.
That was quite the little adventure.
And Shionne and Rinwell. Gotta get their new accessory up.
Here we went. On.
And I can actually dock. That burned a lot. No one uses apple gel anyway. I'm not gonna buy it. Oh, I want this one. I need to kill an eyeball though. I think this is probably... There's a 60 point difference. Love this book. It reminds me of Scholar in 14. Oh man. I wonder if the enhanced art light actually makes up for the 60 point difference of magic stats. They don't really tell you like how big is the multiplier. That's the only problem. Let's do it. I can finally make it and unlock Shionne's final title. At least one for titles. Ah, damn. So these two is actually better for Dohalim and post game. Well, actually we can. I'm probably gonna drop all these. I wish there was one for the casting. No. I want yeah, casting time. 2 casting time and 2 AG percentage. So either way, it won't matter for me. Oh. We got two of them right now. Enhance. Actually, do I need to enhance it right now? I don't think I need. I don't think casting time has to be at tier 5. I don't think it has to. If I can make it at a cheaper rate, much better. I know half HE cost is at level 5 though. Okay, maybe it is tier 5. Oh, that's gonna be expensive. Ooh. Oh, curse! We don't need this. Drop that. Okay, a lot of thermal rocks. That drop. That. Okay, good. Actually, I could take it over right here. So next we want get one that's like scrap load. Okay. Oh, that's a lot. Okay, I could sacrifice some of them. So now we need to make it FAG cost 20% chance. The only problem is I don't know if the stacking is multiplicative or additive. Because they don't really tell. They don't total up the everything you have. It just tell you, just a half HE costs 20%, half HE costs 20%. That's the risk. It should be interesting to see how well it works. It's like so I need one more EG. There goes Rinwell's. Now the question is, does it work? That's the question. The spell. BG easier perfect guard on. Definitely giving her that. That. Want to give her defense.
You can never be too...
The Rinwell went from this to this. Yes.
prepared.
Now for Shionne, what do I want to do with her? I guess 2 CP cost? Or maybe go 3 CP cost. Three CP cost and decrease aggro. 2 decrease aggro? Or maybe something that could boost her goddamn HP so she doesn't get her ass kicked. I guess one of the oh, she doesn't have the lowest HP. Rinwell does, but I control her, so if she dies, it's completely my fault. If I'm controlling her.
Spend so much?
Let me see. DB cost. Max HP plus 200 seems so weak, seriously. Move escape speed? Oh good, tier 4. Oh, 400. Level 4 is to 400. The tier 4. I don't think like defense plus 60 is gonna do much, honestly. I'm determined enough to just stand right in front of the boss to get one shot in, so I don't really have much faith in. Maybe give her move recover, move escapes. I don't know. It seems kind of weak. But it's 50%. Yeah, that's pretty weak. Maybe I can have that. That's part of the, that's a substat. That'd be so good. CPU cost has to be level 5. I don't think it has to be. Could be wrong. Crap, I think it does. Well, I know decreased aggro is it's a tier 3s. We do that first. If I can find one. Oh, there's already CP plus here. Okay, perfect. That saves me spot. I forgot. That saves me. Actually, I could probably carry another one. Actually, what does she wear? Footprint. Oh, she's. Oh, this one I created. I need to create. Pretty much the more elemental physical defense. Yes, that is true, but the gain from the accessory itself is not. I don't think as much compared to. Well, maybe stack it completely, yes, but by itself, compared to having an armor or leveling up, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth the slot, just for one slot. And it's not about the elemental physical defense. That's the problem. It's the fact that the AI, you can't customize the AI like you could in like Grace's F, Abyss, and the other games. Destiny 2. Even the old school, like Symphonia, Tales of Destiny 2, Tales of Destiny Remix. Their AI is superior. The AI tactical, strategy thingy, layout, is much superior than this one. Because I can tell, like, Shionne to stay away from the enemy, Just stay the hell away from the enemy. And just cast magic or whatever, Shoot long range like Natalia or in Abyss or Chelsea in Destiny, So, but in this one, it's like, oh, I'm gonna run up right in front of the damn boss and shoot. And then the boss just shoots one big laser, boom, she's dead on the ground already. That's the problem. And obviously you cannot expect the AI to play like Dark Soul like you can, with the perfect dodging and all that. You're not supposed to expect that, but at least you would hope the AI is smart enough not to do something ridiculously stupid as run in front of the enemy and get hit and they just fall down dead. Now that's the problem I have. Which is pretty funny. Really funny though. We'll just drop some of these. Let's give them quite a bit. And I don't want to burn. The third slot, I still don't know what to do. I can keep it like this for now, yeah. I guess I could keep it like this for now. Really have no opinion on what I should keep and not keep. Or Dohalim, I want him to make one for him too, but I did not see a single. Only got two, sadly. Okay, so that's Shionne's.
Hey, that.
I'm hoping the Rinwell, when I make for Rinwell, will work. Actually, I give this to Dohalim. Yeah, I give it to Dohalim. You can take this one. Oh, I'd rather have you have speed cast. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I want to do one more thing. I'll give this.
Looks pretty good.
Like the one. That combined with the fact that we can knock down the enemy, you can probably have them spam again once they, which is pretty good. Running out of horse. What was that one? Increase aggro. No. Oops. Wait. Oh, how do you unlock? I'm keeping that one. I want to give like a bunch of aggro up on Kisara just to see if it actually. Wait, why can't I just carry? No, actually, I could just give this to Law. I'm dumb. I feel so dumb now. Oh no, he's. Oh no, never mind. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the bottle. I was like, wait a minute. Why would this have all the stuff impact rating? My bad. Never mind. I'm being stupid. I was being stupid. Okay.
I'd like to check their wares if you don't.
And let's unlock the Law's second Hyogi.
Mind.
Hey, Shionne. Got any requests for supper tonight?
Me? Not really. I'm fine with just about anything. Everything you cook is delicious.
Well, thank you. Seeing you devour my food makes all the work I put into it well worth it.
Do I look that eager to you?
Nothing wrong with that. We all have to eat to survive. It makes me happy to see people eat their fill on what I fix.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Oh, come on, really? That sucks. Okay, let's play with Hoodle,
Rinwell,
hopefully.
mind if we chat a little?
I think it's time-based. Oh, no Hoodle. Okay.
I'm starting to feel kind of grateful for these powers of mine now.
Okay, time to do that, I guess, how many more?
Thanks.
How many more? 5 quests. Still missing 4 of these. Still missing Crapple Astral Flowers. Where the hell did you get? Holy jeez! I'm not even close. Okay, there's still Crapla's subquest left. I need 6 more skits. That's not too bad. Before that.
To you?
Oh, you were not? Okay, well I figured. Anyway, let's see, here. This one. Oh, okay, well.
I was able to rest easy. Kisara. See.
I should be ready. Let's see what the hell this monster is.
Always good to be back in familiar.
Oh, I do have 2 aggro up. It's still not good enough though.
Territory.
I see someone who looks troubled. About something.
A little compassion. Again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to read all this again, even though I already said.
Got it. Very well.
What?
Is the
Okay, I was not expecting this kind of fight.
Isn't that a Hellbent will?
Is it some sort of prototype?
Whatever it is, it's a real tough customer.
In here! Sleep more.
The flame inside me, yours to be let free.
This'll come in handy.
What's he doing? What's that me doing?
Burn in hell!
Nothing gets you get the chance. Only win! I can do this all far enough! Far beyond the darkest shadow. Blah blah blah. Air throw. Blah blah blah. On guard.
The flame inside me, yours to be let free. Shine, radiant light, force of regeneration.
Leave the enemy's arms to me.
Milky place here.
A chain between heaven and earth. Magic is in. Air throw. You get the gist. Inferno. You get the gist.
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone has got my gun.
This one's mine.
Far blah blah blah. I never miss. This one. You get the gist. Air throw. Blah blah blah. Shooting star.
Can't get
out of this!
Blah, blah, blah. Divine Savior!
Tempest Wyvern! Piercing Roll!
Illumination! Magic and corruption! Holy light! Gemini Aqua! Far beyond the darkest
Take this!
Blah, blah, blah. Magic! I need to all day!
Inferno Crossing!
Far beyond the darkest zone! Blah, blah, blah.
If their arms were interrupted, to be let free! Ignite!
You get the death!
Flaming Meteor!
Blah, blah, blah. Holy land! You get the death! Divine!
I can carve through armor!
Flaming Meteor! Blah, blah, blah.
Inferno Crossing!
You get the death!
Far enough!
A chain between heaven and earth! Blah, blah, blah. Air throw! You get the death! You get
This one's mine!
Divine! You get the death!
Take this!
Where are you going? Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah. Magic! Burning strike! Blah, blah, blah. Healing circle! Holy land!
Now you see what I can do!
Going in! Dance in the wind!
Just like that, I'm back in it!
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done!
You get the death!
This one's mine!
Healing circle! Stay divine! Stage! You get the death! Holy land! I need to pull myself together. Blah, blah, blah.
Elusive deity!
You get the death! Divine!
Here!
Savior!
Can't get out of this!
You get the death! Holy land! You get the death!
Ready and driven!
Don't mind if I do. You get the death!
Sorry,
Holy land! One more dopamine!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Radiant Magic is there! Burning!
Leave
Blah, blah,
again
blah.
for me! Sanguine blow!
Blah, blah, blah. Magic! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth!
Easter!
You get the death! Holy land!
Let me help!
Blah, blah, blah.
I can carve through order!
You get the death! Divine! Here! Come down! Blah, blah, blah. Burning strike!
Far enough!
Blah, blah, blah. Bring you back from death abyss! Blah, blah, blah. Shooting star!
You picked the wrong fight!
Blah, blah, blah. Divine! You get the death! Holy land! Blah, blah, blah. Divine! You get the death! Red flame!
Can you take it?
Blood assault!
Ready and ready!
Corruption! Take that!
Sanguine blow!
This one's mine! Hurricane strike! Blah, blah, blah. Magic! Not on my watch! I owe you, Shionne. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Oh, damn, that was one.
Chain between heaven and earth.
Shield and ring!
Blah, blah, blah. You get the death. Burning strike!
This one's all mine! Ignite!
Illuminate magic is there!
Worth a shot!
Holy blizzard blow!
Actually, they're new.
Far beyond the darkest sky! Dance in the wind! Go! Blah, blah, blah. Burning!
Worth a shot! Sanguine blow!
Blah, blah, blah. Holy living storm!
Oh,
Blah, blah, blah. Magic! Burning! You get the death! Holy land!
You picked the wrong fight!
Blah, blah, blah. Shooting star! Lunar corruption! Lunar get the death! Divine Savior! Blah, blah, blah. Shooting star! Blah, blah, blah. Divine Savior!
Armor won't save me! This one's all mine!
You get the death! Holy land!
The enemy's reeling!
Complacency is the root of carelessness.
This one's mine! Stay sharp, everyone!
You get the death! Shooting star! Blah, blah, blah. Friend! I never miss! Blah, blah, blah. Holy land!
oh, that thing is actually has a high prot rate.
Denied!
Blah, blah, blah. Here goes!
This engulfs you!
You get the death! Blood! Radiant blood! I can do this all day!
Velocity of meteor! Rhapsody of darkness! Force of regeneration!
Fragile radiance, shine upon the watery abyss! Aquarius, damnation!
Kisara!
Burning radiant, blah, blah, blah. Holy land! Blah, blah, blah. Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
How about it?
Yeah. Huh?
Hey!
Mm-hmm.
Watch it!
Oh, wow!
Seriously?
I have not finished Squid Games yet.
Seriously?
Yes, title. Rinwell? Oh, it's Law. Damn it. Raj Blitz. That sounds interesting. 1 AG? Over limit. It's not getting easier as age is not like he has a hard time getting over limit.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for
Oh
help.
god, another? Seriously?
Hopefully it's nothing that...
Yes!
Hmm?
Yes! Very nice!
Choose what?
Seriously, what are they take us for?
Research subjects, just like everything else.
Oh, it's display.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get...
Nothing to say. I only lost one orange gel. That's good. No life bottle used.
Here faster.
Oh. Yeah, didn't I have a oh, let's rest. Hopefully I can unlock loss in a second. Hopefully I can't.
I've got to keep my equipment in tip-top shape.
Yes, finally.
Mind if I join you, Law?
So, how's it been going?
How's what been going?
Come on, man. You know what I mean. How have things been with you and Shionne?
I had a feeling it was about that. Well, what about things on your end?
No, we're not talking about me. I'd rather hear about you.
I don't really have anything to share on that front.
Don't be like that. You think I can't tell something's been going on?
Look, I'm not the type to go blabbing about that kind of stuff.
Give me a break. Don't keep secrets from me just because you're a little old.
I'm not that old.
I don't know, man. Lately it seems like you start wheezing as soon as we get into a fight.
That's some pretty big talk. You really want to try your luck with me? What were we talking about before?
It was... well, it doesn't really matter now.
What's wrong? Did I hit your head too hard?
No, man, you don't get it. You're really something, Alphen.
What do you mean?
Just you. How you always indulge me and help me work through my jumbled thoughts.
Do I?
Yeah, I always feel better after being with you. Even duking it out just now helped.
There you go again, making me out to be better than I really am.
I'm not making you out to be anything. You can't stop me from admiring you, Alphen.
You've got strange taste then.
I'm fine with that. I hope someday I can be there to lift you up, too.
I don't plan on getting quite that old anytime soon.
We should go again sometime.
We should. I look forward to it.
See you guys tomorrow.
Crimson Sky.
Time to make you all...
Interesting.
Proud out there, just like I always do.
Wait, he's sleeping? I didn't know they can sleep.
Go no further! There!
Oh, fuck!
One more. A chain between heaven and earth. Blah, blah, blah.
I'm ready.
Don't shoot them.
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. You don't mess around. Eastern.
Certainly
Where
not.
are you going?
Blind freeze.
Why can't they just sit still?
Shionne, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
In a bind.
The fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
Inferno Crossbow. I'll smash you.
I'm on. Get on in there now.
This one's all mine.
Astral energy. Full throttle. That worked like a dream. I pity anyone who stands in our way.
Oh, time to see what it is. Oh, that's not too bad.
What's that huge Zoogle over there?
Stay far away from that thing, Rinwell.
Go no!
We're
Further.
changing tack? Roger that.
What's the weakness? The weakness.
The magic
No
is
matter
there.
what,
In here!
nothing gets stopped by me.
Feel! In here! Blah, 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 air thrust! Too much damage. You get the gist.
Elusive deity.
Holy Land!
Ready and
Outstanding form!
Take this.
Annihilation! You get the gist. Into the gist! You get the gist.
Elusive deity.
Blah, blah, blah. Divine Savior! Here's a healing art! Holy Land! I never miss! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah, blah, blah. Burning strike! You can
Flame and strike.
One more! Now's our chance! Blah, blah, blah. Divine!
Far enough.
Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land!
I can carve through armor.
Blaze on fire! Divine Savior! Corruption!
Can't get out of this.
Illumine! Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land!
There are three.
Ah, I thought it was on range. Oh, good thing he didn't OTG me. Holy shit.
Blah, blah, blah. Magic! Burning! Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
Flaming meteor.
Inferno!
Not today.
Here!
Looks up.
Spread!
Anything in order is all mine.
Magic is there! Divine! Into the shadows! Holy Land! Far beyond! Blah, blah, blah. Shooting star!
I'll smash you.
Going in! Blah, blah, blah. Divine! Not in your dream! Blah, blah, blah. By the power of water! Shooting star! Blah, blah, blah. Divine! Savior! No getting up, please. I never miss! Holy Land!
Far enough.
Blah, blah, blah. A new lease on life. Holy Land!
Shattering of pieces. Attack.
Blah, blah, blah. Divine!
The enemy's open. Take this. I can carve through armor.
Healing shooting star! You get the gist. Divine!
Flaming meteor.
Close one. Right back at you.
Inferno crossing.
You get the gist. Air thrust.
Oh shit.
Sideways yours to be let free. I can make you one.
Healing circle. Magic is there. Burning strike. Blah, blah, blah.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Dance in the wind. Air thrust.
Flaming meteor.
Magic is there. Burning strike. A chain between heaven and earth. Arch field. Blah, blah, blah. Burning strike. Blah, blah, blah.
Rhapsody of darkness.
You get the gist. Air thrust. In the sky is mine.
See what I can do.
Holy Land. You get the gist.
Far enough.
Divine Savior.
Oh fuck, am I?
Time to shine. Mega ray. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Magic is there. Burning strike. Blah, blah, blah. Spread. You get the gist.
Make it rain.
Demons descend.
Flashing fang!
Blah, blah, blah. Burning strike! You get the gist. Burning strike! You get the gist. Fresh! Blah, blah, blah. Holy land! Tiger blade!
Unadulterated fury.
Burning strike!
Make it rain! I'm ready! Demons descend! Flashing fang! Seismic Russia! Dance on the wind!
Flaming meteor! Magic is there! Burning
Shine!
strike! Blah,
Radiant
blah,
light!
blah.
Force of regeneration! Regenerate! Armor
You
won't
get
save
it.
you! Suffer in silence!
Holy land! Sorry, you get the gist. Shooting star! I don't even know the word defeat. Hit! This one's mine! All disasters made one! First aid! Annihilation! Zephyr Trident! Time to miasma! Explosive charge! First!
Okay, that is whack.
Not in your dreams, Radiant!
On a roll! All good things come to
Blah,
an
blah,
end!
blah, never end! Blah, blah, blah! Blah, blah, blah! Barbie! Blah, blah, blah! Shooting star!
Can't get out of this!
Blah, blah, blah! Divine saber!
Do it! Sanguine blossom!
Holy land!
Far enough!
Pull myself Barbie! Blah, blah, blah!
Fluidity of your movement.
Shooting star!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plate.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's put you out of your misery!
You get the gist. Divine six! I'm out of ammo. Here goes the mark!
What's this?
Take that! Bullseye!
This one's looking all wrapped up.
Don't be complacent. Do you know that word?
Yes, I'm not an idiot! This one's all mine!
Bar, blah, blah, blah. Shooting star! You get the gist. Divine savior!
Yeah, my setup is really nice.
Shooting star! You get the
Vanquished soul with life!
Just a perfect dodge.
Take that! Take that! Lunar hurricane! Close one! Right back at it!
Leave the chargers to me!
Can you take it?
Ready to go!
Ignite!
Blah, blah, blah! Burning strike! Blah, blah, blah!
Now,
Fresh!
in the groove!
Blah, blah, blah! Holy land! Barbie, you get the gist! Shooting star!
Armor won't save you!
Close one!
All good things
Oh
come
shit,
to an
I
end.
didn't dodge the other one.
This has a most
This
peculiar
one's all
taste.
mine!
Magic is there! Do it! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Right, next one!
Already on!
Magic is there! You get the gist! Fresh! Blah, blah, blah! Holy land! Blah, blah, blah! Divine savior! Barb, you get the gist! Shooting star!
Armor won't save you!
Blah, blah, blah!
Oh, now I'm real mad.
Divine savior!
I'll blind you with a dog!
Lunar blast! Magic is there! Lunar blast! I'm all fucked up! You got this one covered!
I'm ready!
Come on, let me do it! God damn it.
Go for it!
It won't let me. Oh, I had enough hits. Oh, that sucked. Could have seen laws also.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
That's a shit. Oh, just more opportunity. Hated that you're forced to use it.
Always
First
good to be
strike.
back in familiar territory.
Especially at half HP.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our head.
That's insane.
Yes!
Really now. I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little compassion.
I like her hairstyle, that female lab worker.
Really now.
It's interesting.
Huh.
Is that so?
Well.
Lightning, fire, wind, and everything. Ultimate Zuko. Probably the Chimera or that damn horse that can change elements.
Is this really a good idea, though?
Happy. Okay, where's the Oh, it's right in the beginning.
Are you not the one who wished to reach an accord with them?
Yes, but...
Didn't burn much. That's for sure.
Still.
I want to see. Is there a BG version? Nope, there isn't. Okay, so what I gave him was probably the best thing. Let's hope I can find a BG version to increase the BG charge rate. But 32 isn't bad though, 32%.
This will be our last favor regardless.
I'll make this just in case. Not gonna equip it yet though.
Let us dispatch this ultimate Zoogle of theirs.
I've got to be ready to fish on a moment.
Oh, there's 2 EXP boosts. Why can't you, how much is it? 16. Oh, crap. So the new pancake. Increase cooking effect by 30% so one stream. What would that mean? I was hoping it could boost elemental attack a lot more. Since we're fighting against multi-element enemy, Rinwell definitely jump. That's a huge advantage, especially if there's a weakness, you know, the opposite element. If not, I just spam Meteor Swarm. That's all. That's the only difference. Let's see. Let's do this. Want to keep my elemental attack. Wait a minute, is there a different one? Oh, that's only one. That's up.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
We should really get some rest. Thanks to you, I was able to rest easy.
Let's see how tough this one is.
We finally made it.
Okay. Huh. I'm not too sure what to think about that one. Looks like a dinosaur. Looks like it has a charge ability. It's a breath type, definitely. I mean, my AI's gonna die like idiots.
Think we can take that thing?
No way. Forget about it.
59, that's gonna
So this is it.
Oh, it's already breathing.
The Zoogle to end all Zoogle.
Ah, it's light right now. Oh well. Right away, we thank God I made my new weapon. Oh wait, burning blood is still better. God, why can't I learn the tier 2 and 3 spells of fire?
Name would certainly suggest as much.
Let's give those researchers the shock of their lives.
You get to get real. The flashing part's their weak point. I'll heal you all. Too much to handle. Heal you get Holy Land.
Sorry, trouble.
The waters of creation. The corruption. Dance in the wind. Fire crossing. Blah blah. You get the dance.
This one's all mine.
Amazing. You get the dance. Free Lancer. The blue gets tidal wave. Oh, sparkling.
Oh, fuck.
You get the dance. Stunning. Oh, blah blah blah. Here, denied. The blah blah blah. Tidal wave.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. This one's mine.
Tidal wave. Switch off. Sparkling stars of steel. Crescent moon. The magic is there. Sleep now.
Think you can fly?
Sleep now. Get out of there with the others.
Guess I had to use it sometime.
Anything in armor is all mine.
I couldn't make it in time.
Let us do it, Frey.
Blah, blah, blah. I'll bring you back from depths of this. Too much to handle. How do you get the dip? Freeze, Lancer. The waters of blah, blah, blah. Hurricane Strike. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Meteor Storm.
I can carve through armor.
All healed. Meteor Flame. Reload. Where are you going?
This one's all mine.
Meteor Storm.
Ignite.
Here I go. Blah, blah, blah. Standing form. You get the gist. Meteor Storm. Not on my watch. You get the gist. Meteor Storm.
Shattering pieces. Attack time.
Blah, blah, blah.
Frame rate dropped like crazy.
It's in your hands now. This one's mine.
Blah, blah, blah. You get the gist. Freeze, Lancer. The blah, blah, blah. Tidal wave.
No rest for the wicked.
Take this. Blah, blah, blah. Sleep now. In here.
Shine. Radiant light.
Feel.
Force of regeneration.
Let's get you all tucked away.
Look sharp from beyond.
Owen, you can get killed.
That tail's a problem.
Then let's focus there first.
Burning strike. Now for something correct. Hard guard down. A breeze lancer. You get the gist. Breath.
I'll smash you.
I can't move. Tidal wave. Oh, you get the gist. I'll bring you back.
This one's all mine. Burn.
Blah, blah, blah. Tidal wave. Not in your dream. Blah, blah. Meteor storm. Oh, spark. Blah, blah, blah. Meteor storm.
I'm a Meteor Storm doing quite a bit of damage.
In a vine.
You get the gist. Searing flame. Meteor storm.
Shattering pieces. Attack time.
Let me help. Oh, sparkling stars of light. Rain down.
Forgive me.
Searing flame. Let the marksman handle this.
Oh, 2k
Oh,
crits.
sparkling stars of
Oh, damn it. I was not paying attention. Lost my chain. Oh.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
If chain of fire? Oh.
Blah, 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 magic. Sleep now. I hope this medicine... In here.
Rhapsody of darkness.
Sleep now. Hurricane strike.
I think I'll go the opposite
I
direction.
hope this medicine...
Anything in order is all mine. Engulf you.
Hurricane strike.
This one's mine. Their arts were interrupted.
Whoa! How the hell did I get it?
Radiant light.
Oh.
Here, let me help. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you do. Far enough. You get the gist. Freeze Lancer. You get the gist. Tidal wave. Oh, spark. You get the gist.
The flame inside is yours to be let free.
Annihilation.
Burn in hell.
Meteor. The blah blah blah. Oh, spark. You get the gist. Meteor storm. Not in your dreams.
I'll face you. Does it hurt?
Tidal wave.
In a vine?
Oh, spark. You get the gist. Meteor storm. That'll bring you down.
Now you see what I can do.
Oh, stop and make your break. Open. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There. And again. Magic is there. Feel.
Oh, the tail fell off. Oh, that's not good.
Radiant in
Watch
here.
yourself. I sense incredible power.
No, you're gonna get killed! Just casting right there. What?
Here goes.
Shattering pieces. Attack time.
Mega ray.
He who prepares.
I hope this medicine works as promised.
Radiant here. Will this help? Hurricane flight. Healing circle. Hurricane radiant here.
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
This one's mine.
One more time. The marksman handle this. Freeze Lancer. The waters of blah blah blah. All healed. Arch requires
Knock it out.
Freeze Lancer. Blah blah blah. The blah blah blah. Tidal wave.
Elusive deity.
Oh, I missed it. Oh.
I'll
I missed the perfect dodge. Sad.
An outside magic is there! Feel! Back into the fray! I won't give up!
Oh, that's gonna dodge.
Magic is there! Feel! More of the stockpile!
Imbue this vanquished soul with resuscitation.
Jumping.
Magic is there! Burn! Too much to handle? Hard lava! Art seal! The waters of you get the gist! Tidal wave!
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Tidal wave! Blah blah blah! Meteor storm!
Burn up!
You get the gist. Tidal wave! Not on my watch! You get the gist. Meteor storm!
In a vine?
Oh, Spark, you get the gist.
You picked the wrong fight!
The blah blah blah! Tidal wave!
Anything in order
You
to
go!
I'll face you.
Meteor storm!
Well, then now you see what I can do.
Blah blah blah! Meteor healing circle! Oh, Spark, you get the gist. Meteor storm! Annihilation! Mega ray! Blizzard blow! Flaming meteor! Blah blah blah! Evan field! In here!
Do it!
This'll come in handy. Mega ray!
Hurricane ready and
Can't be happening. Blah blah blah! Air thrust! Now for something special! Fresh!
soaring
Blah blah blah!
Eagle ray.
Freeze Lancer! The blah blah blah! Tidal wave! Here goes!
Imbue this
Oh,
vanquished
spark blah
soul
blah
with
blah!
lightning strike.
Meteor!
Resuscitation.
up! Oh, spark blah blah blah! Going in! Meteor storm! Not on my watch! Let me show you what my art is! Tidal wave! Rising sun! Inferno crossing! Resurrection! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Hurricane!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Lightning strike! Magic is there!
Inferno crossing!
Appreciate
The enemy's reeling! I'll take you all on!
Oh damn it! I was missing one skill.
Flare Demolisher!
Gravitas field! Going in! Close one!
This one's mine!
anything in armor is all mine.
Spread! Blah blah blah! Freeze Lancer! The blah blah blah! Tidal!
I'll steal my weary wanted.
Oh, Spark, you get the gist! The meteor storm!
No further.
You get the gist! Tidal wave!
Rhapsody of darkness.
Resuscitation! Magic and the enemy is going all out!
It's on!
Sleep now!
Hurricane
In here! This'll come in handy!
Understood. What was I thinking?
Shine. Radiant light.
Oh come on! Why can't you dodge something like that?
It's showtime.
Hold on to your arts. Here I come.
Eat dirt!
Air thrust. Now for some you get the gist. Freeze Lancer. The waters of blah blah blah.
Armor won't save you.
Flaming meteor. Oh, fuck, you get the meteor storm. You get the gist. Tidal wave. Where are you going? Spark blah blah blah. Meteor storm.
Take this.
Oh, Spark, you get the gist. Meteor storm. Don't mind if I do. The blah blah blah.
This one's all mine.
Annihilation. Blah blah blah. Freeze Lancer.
I can carve through armor.
Hurricane. Tidal wave. Oh, Spark, you get the gist.
Shine.
Meteor storm. Here's another. Here's another.
Regenerate.
One last one. You're on. Magic is there. Burning strike.
Heal.
Piercing roar. Celestial hammer. I've risen.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Sleep now.
It's in your hands now. Ready and ready.
Sleep now. Get on in there with the others. I'll bring you back and
Burn.
now I'm ready. You get your break. Do it. Astral energy. Full throttle. Go.
Getting some good XP though, at least.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Looks like we get to sleep with... the roof over our heads.
Yes.
Hmm.
Huh?
Hmm?
Man, there's seriously a lot of pairing in this game. Even NPCs have pairings. Oh my
Really?
gosh.
Really now.
I'm going to put their genius to use in restoring Dana.
You're weighing recruitment options here, of all places? I admit I'm impressed.
After the help we've given them, it's the least they can do for us.
Looks like I completely did all I can. So I guess tomorrow we might beat the game? I might beat the game tomorrow? I don't know. Are definitely going to continue on to this question mark area. Might as well set it up then. Okay, let's. Where can I? I go for rare ores or EXP?
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind
Oh,
to get
actually,
here
you know
faster.
what? I think I can take on the. I can take on the lights now. Sure, I can. But there should be only 5 levels higher. You know what? Let's try that. Try that. Go for the win first. See if we can unlock Rinwell's title.
We did a lot today, didn't we, Hoodle?
Yeah, let's get defense up. Actually, I have no idea what kind of attack the boss does. I don't know if it's elemental or... Man. I don't think there's a defense up large. I guess I just stick with nothing. Elemental attack up large.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Hoodle, let me know if you sense anything. Another day, another Gald.
Wait, I didn't buy these? I'll try one attempt.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
The waters of creation. Dance, immortal droplet. How about this? Tidal wave. Loud
Leave the echo.
Freeze lancer. Don't you get by the power of water. Tidal wave. Inferno dance.
Perforating
Leave the
hell!
ensnaring.
Oh shit.
Take that! After that! One more for luck!
Yeah, actually he did the second one.
Shionne, astral energy. Full throttle. A flawless victory. Naturally. Do it! Dopamine.
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. Another one down.
Your skills are admirable.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Should be 5 levels higher instead of 20 levels higher. Last time I fought, I was at like, what, level 40? They're level 60. I mean, now it's only a 5 level difference, so it should be a lot more managed. It should be, but it doesn't mean that I'm gonna. Each is the 1000. I don't think I need to use them. Actually, at this point, 50% under is not going to give much back, so it should be. Look me. Oh wait a minute. This boss is wind. The earth is the weakness. Unfortunately, she doesn't have any. Cyclone's not gonna work. Cyclone's too slow. Divine Saber has a bigger range. We'll go back to light. Holy Lance is just too good. Go with Divine Saber. Maelstrom. Well, the problem with Maelstrom is they're too small. Shooting Star is pretty big range. No, Divine Saber's much better. And I'm gonna have to. Right? Go with. I guess we're. I'm gonna rely a lot on Elfin. Hopefully, the setup I have with him will pay off. Here we go. Round 2, 15 levels later. Oh shit!
What the hell is that?
Oh my god, it's 30 levels!
We'll worry about that later. There are things on the ground.
Okay, well, that's actually, the enemy is only 60, so I'm still. So I'm 10 levels under. Well, it's still better than 20 plus level on. So. Let's go.
Blah blah blah. Feel. Sleep now.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Feel. Sounds like a job for yours truly. I'll be saving this one. One more time. Holy Land. Blah blah blah. Divine Saber. Blah blah blah. Meteor Storm. Where are you going? Blah blah blah. Oh, fuck, you get the gist. Meteor Storm.
Far enough. This one's mine.
Divine Saber. Oh, blah blah blah. Meteor. That thing's headed this way.
Even I can't stop that.
Everyone,
What
look
thing,
out.
what thing, where, what? I can't see shit.
It's mine.
Oh, Harpy dodged it.
Pull it together, Law. Sorry, right. I'm calm.
Looking good out there.
Just getting started.
That's the hero. Take no
Yours are not the
prisoners.
skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Driven and talented.
Where was I?
Ow. I'm in the wrong spot, that's why I'm getting hit. Not too sure.
Here, let me help. First aid. What would I do
Oh, I forgot
without
to check
you?
my skills. Oh, I can't queue up.
Newcomers, let's welcome them.
Watch the ones up above, too!
You get rotating
This one's mine.
Can you take it?
This one's mine.
Rotating pile driver.
Blah blah blah. Fred. Blah blah blah. Holy Land. Blah blah blah. Divine Savior. That'll bring you down. You get the gist. Holy Land. Oh fuck, you get the gist. Meteor Storm.
Thank you for the healing, Doubling.
Our comrades need our ability to survive.
Far enough.
No one is dying on our watch.
You're off.
Last one. Gotcha.
All healed.
Celestial. Ice Prison.
Come
Heal my burning companion. Lunar Corruption.
You picked the wrong fight!
Gemini Fred. Magic Kazam.
Begin.
Holy Land. You get the death. Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Robert requires complete focus! Radiant spear!
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Blah blah blah!
Alright, where the hell's the boss? Oh fuck.
Elusive deity!
Here's a healing arc!
Their arcs were interrupted! Denied!
Back into the fray!
Burn!
An outstanding fight. Come on! You have to hold on!
Great!
I let my guard down.
Ice prison! Electric shock!
Oh fuck.
Ready to go! Resuscitation! Ready to go!
No rest for the wicked.
First aid!
From beyond, imbued with vanquished soul with love resuscitate Easter!
Radiant! Dance in the wind!
Ow. I don't know what the. Oh fuck! I'm getting it! Oh no! God, I was completely stunned.
The cure. I couldn't make it in time.
That's stupid. I was completely stun locked.
Imbue this vanquished soul with
Need you to use some. Close
Didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Blah blah blah! Burning! Into the shadows! This one's mine! Hurricane! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Close one!
Again, they all died again. Holy shit.
You picked the wrong fight!
Raging cascade! Radiant here! I'll bring you back from depths of this! I do it! Don't mind
There
if
you
I
go.
do!
Oh fuck.
I can feel the celestial hammer! And the Shionne! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally! Air thrust!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I let my guard down!
Forgive me.
Raging cascade!
Burn!
Breath! Blah 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 magic! Holy land! Blah blah blah! Breath! Nothing but now!
Your astral arts are truly incredible.
Every little bit helps, right?
Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
Holy land!
Elusive deity!
Taking
piles! I'm ready!
Demons descend!
Flashing bang! This one's all mine!
Resurrection!
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
That helps.
They just keep coming!
This thing's putting us through our paces.
Ignite!
You get the death. Blah blah blah!
A thrilling performance.
Hold on to your arc. Here I come! Meteor storm! Here's a healing!
Denied!
First aid!
In your death.
Blah blah blah! Divine laser! Holy land!
You picked the wrong fight!
Blah blah blah!
Now you see what I can do! Regenerate!
It's in your hands now.
Oh no! No! Come on! What can I do about that?
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Magic is burning! You get the gist!
Oh, Missy.
You get the gist! Holy land! A blah blah blah! Divine savior!
I'm gonna
Shattering
have
the pieces! Attack us!
Back into the fray!
Okay, you can jump in the air. Okay, you can jump over it, and of course everybody's dead again.
I can't lose. Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Leave the enemy's arcs to me!
Nothing quite here!
Holy land! I can do this all day!
Oh, here I see his custom explosion.
I can carve through armor.
Amazing.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Holy land! You get the jet.
You picked the wrong fight.
Mega ray. Now we're not you get the jet. Meteor storm. This fly is mine.
No thanks,
Show me what my art can do. Rise and shine. Resurrection. Dance in the wind. Air
You
thrust.
made me angry. That
Here
was a
goes.
bad idea.
By the power of this.
Denied.
Holy land. This one's mine. You get the jet. Holy land. Blah blah blah. Lightning. Blah blah blah. Mega ray. You get the jet. Meteor.
Of course, they all die because they decide to stay in the middle and get hit by the tornado. I'm not surprised.
Medicine working.
Look, there she goes again. Holy God! How dumb can I be? Seriously.
You get the jet. Holy land.
Oh, come on. Of course, Dalim had to stand in front of them and try to res someone and get killed for it.
Dance in the air thrust. Magic is there. You get the jet. Here. Holy land. I won't give up. Take care of
Of course.
Poodle.
Yeah. Shionne got killed by. Yeah, it's not. It's the AI. It's like holy sh. Well, I need to find out how to avoid the stun though. Maybe gotta jump in the air. Or maybe I'm too close. No, it can't be. I was far away. I guess I'm gonna try jump in the air. Just definitely jump in the air and avoid the beat. Too bad your AI is not smart enough. Something I'm gonna try to get to help a little bit. Actually increase damage to work because I have Alphen to help out on that. Shionne, what to do about you? $4,000. And I don't think AI knows how to mid-air jump either. That's the sad part. I would still stick to light, I guess. I think I'm gonna have to up this a little. I'm gonna have this. Keep this as a low priority, I guess. Realize it. That way, this is a fail-safe backup. So if our ally, if the AI's HP is under 50%, they'll try to stay away and try to recover first. Because they'll die in one hit. After they're definitely gonna get either one-shotted or two-shotted. Mostly two-shotted. So one hit, their HP is gonna definitely be under 50%. So that'll force them to actually get away, because I said it that they have to recover if it goes under 75%. So it's a fail-safe situation. And always keep, and then if there's no if stay away from enemy if there's a CP shortage, I guess. I don't think I should do this. I should put this is the boss fight. I wonder if Guardian Field also gives you it's like a defense. What? You could do that too. I don't know if AI is actually. I don't think I ever see her. Oh, let's do this. Yeah, we'll have her do this. Where should I place this? Let's see. No, I should put above the. Let's force her to use it, and I guess I can force use this, which will heal everybody too. I don't know how much CPU we burn. Actually, well, with the CPU reduction ship, we'll try this. Let's do it.
Look up there.
What the hell is that? Please tell me we don't have to fight that.
We'll worry about that later. There are things on the ground to deal with first.
Shield from
That'll bring you
calamity.
down.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for you truly. I never miss. Meteor storm.
Not today.
Blah blah blah.
Flaming meteor!
Blah blah blah.
Inferno blast!
Blah blah blah. Holy land.
Far enough!
Blah blah blah. Divine savior.
Breath of life!
Not
Heal
on
my
my
weary
watch.
companion!
You get the gist. Meteor storm.
Their arcs were interrupted.
That thing's headed this way.
Even I can't stop that.
Everyone, look out.
Down! You're
Ow! Where the?
Doomed! Doomed!
Pull it together, Law.
Sorry, right. I'm calm.
Forgive me.
Oh, come on!
So hungry.
I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on. Electric shock! Thanks so much!
I thought you more defense-minded.
defense via threat elimination.
So the best defense is a good offense.
Why is she healing?
Let me show you what my art's ready to go!
Leave the chargers to me.
What?
Resurrection!
That fix? Let's set it up for her? Yeah. Do that. The priority a little better. Let me just kill those birds pretty quickly.
Newcomers?
Oh, never mind.
Watch the ones up above, too!
You get the gist. Lunar Sleep now. Fire! Where are you going? I'm a blah blah blah.
Sanguine blood!
You get the gist. Holy land! You get the gist. Divine siege! Hold on to your art. Here I come.
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Right. Sounds like a plan to me.
Our arts are being interrupted. Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Not today!
It's in your hands,
Blah blah blah. That burning strike. You get the gist. Celestial hammer. Ice prison. Electric shock. Razor cyclone. Ice prison.
Havoc through! Blizzard blow!
Oh, fuck. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. No, more, come on! Oh, come on.
Sorry.
That stun takes so long.
Hurricane spark!
It's on!
Lightning strike!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
I couldn't make it in time.
That's gonna smart.
Shield from calamity.
We managed to turn the tide.
For now, but things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert.
From beyond.
Our expert coming through.
Resuscitation!
Raging cascade. Blah blah blah. That's burning strike. Illumine. Blah blah blah. That's it. Holy land. A chain between heaven and earth. You get the gist. Divine sight. Oh, sparkling stars require complete focus.
This one's mine!
Celestial Hammer! Ice Crystal!
An outstanding attack.
If it looks like jumping in the air will keep you from getting stunned.
Laser blow! Ready to go! Flaming meteor!
Oh.
I'm out of ammo! Swallow Flight! Ice Crystal!
Changing strategy. Copy that.
Shield from calamity.
That'll bring you down! Easter! Raging Cascade! Burning Strike! Blah, blah, blah!
Ignite!
Holy Land! You get the gist! Do it! Shionne! Astral Energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally! Go!
Shield from calamity.
What would I do without you? Will this help?
Forgive me.
They're changing tack? Roger that. Raging Cascade!
This one's all mine! Not today!
No rest for the wicked.
You get the gist. Holy Land! Do it! Shionne! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Radiant light!
Here I go! Back into the fray! Flawless Flight!
Dang it.
Time to shine!
A wall to shield from calamity.
Flawless Flight!
Barrier! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer!
The earth throbs in pain. Benedict.
Here's a healing art! Birthday! What would I do without you? They're changing tack? Roger that. They just keep coming!
This thing's putting us through our paces.
Ignite!
You get the gist.
Change of strategy.
Blah, blah, blah. Back into the fray! Blah, blah, blah.
Calamity.
Holy
The enemy
Land
wields
never
arts
miss.
too.
You'll soon see about that.
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Blah, blah, blah.
Shield from calamity.
Take her!
This one's all mine!
Time to shine!
This one's mine!
Here! Blood Soul! Celestial Hammer! Outstanding form! Electric Shock! Here!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
Yep, staying in the air.
We can't depend on one another.
You're right.
Magic is
I'll bear that in mind.
A chain between heaven and earth.
This one's all mine!
Shield from
Not
calamity.
today!
Blah, blah, blah. Here! Holy Lift! A blah, blah, blah. Divine Savior! Denied! You get the gist.
Time to feel some hurt!
You get the gist.
Now you see what I can do!
You get the gist. Divine Savior!
No
You
further!
get the gist. Holy Land!
The flame inside!
I'm
Oh, fuck.
burning you with
That's my fault.
by the power of water!
I'm not gonna wait. I'm not gonna.
Something can't be happening. Look swallow too.
Heal!
What would I do without you?
Imbue this
Blah blah blah. Burning strike. You get the gist. You get the gist. Holy Land. You get the gist. Divine Savior.
You picked the wrong fight!
Take this. Hold on to your art. Here I come. Blah blah blah. Divine Savior.
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Burning strike. You get the gist. Break.
Can you take it?
Celestial Hammer! Sounds like a plan. Electric Shock! Celestial Hammer! Magic is
This one's all mine!
burn in hell! Blah blah blah! Holy you get the gist!
I can carve through armor!
I never miss! Blah blah blah! Holy Land! Blah blah blah! Meteor Storm! You get the gist! Meteor Storm! Thanks a Lunar Blast! The power of light!
Burn!
Dance in the wind! Ready to go! Air thrust! Celestial Hammer!
shield from calamity.
My head's spinning.
The enemy's
watching
open.
you.
A wall to
Now
shield from calamity.
trying to come over.
You get the gist.
Here, let me help.
Blah blah blah. Holy land.
This one's all mine!
Barrier.
This one's mine!
Magic is there. Burning strike. Blah blah flame. Relay. Blah blah blah.
Elusive
Holy land.
Dating piles up.
I'm all stuffed up.
A wall to shield from calamity.
Annihilation.
Barrier.
Hey, just what I needed.
The flame is
Change of strategy. To be let free.
Resurrection. What would I do with
A most sensible
Wind in the wind. Air drop. Magic is there. Burning strike. You get the gist. Friend. You get the gist. Holy land. Oh, spark. Blah blah blah. Meteor storm. Don't mind if I do. Blah blah blah. Holy land. Do it. Alpin. Astral energy.
Say no more.
A wall to
Blah
shield
blah
from
blah.
calamity.
Air drop. Blah blah blah. Burn. Blah blah blah. Holy land.
Shield from calamity. Barrier.
Thanks. Just what I. Another wave?
How
Fuck,
long
I
do we
can't see
have
the
to deal with this?
camera angle.
You picked the wrong fight!
Here, let me help. First, I've taken too much damage.
Oh shit.
Benediction light.
I never miss. Easter, magic is there. I won't give up. You get the gist. Burning strike. Oh, spark. You get the gist. Meteor storm. Oh, spark. Blah blah blah. Meteor storm.
Imbue this vanquished soul with light.
You picked the wrong fight!
Don't mind if I do.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with light. Breath of
Celestial
light.
energy.
Heal my
Whoa,
weary
hey, one at a time. Reload.
This one's all mine!
Razor cyclone.
radiant light.
Flawless flight. Ice prison. Here.
Make it rain.
Alpin. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Shine. Radiant light.
Damn ball.
Thank you for the healing, Dohaline.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one's dying on our watch. Sounds like a plan to me.
I let my guard down.
Change of strategy. Be noted. Resuscitation. Benediction
Can't
light.
move. I'll bring you back from death to this.
Benediction light.
Tis on!
This one's mine. A wall to shield from calamity. Barrier.
You get the gist.
A wall to shield from calamity. Don't get carried
Oh,
away.
Poodle.
A wall to shield from calamity.
Take it.
Barrier.
What would I do without you? Magic is there. Burning strike. Blah blah blah. Friend. You get it. Not so smug now.
I can't imagine what we do without
Oh
you,
shit,
Rinwell.
explode!
Who, me?
Oh my god, they all got destroyed by explode.
Don't you think? I'm serious. You're a lifesaver.
I won't give up. Ow! Take care.
Fuck.
Poodle. Raging cascade. Fresh.
It's in your hands now.
I'm prism from the abyss. Art expert coming through. Searing flame. Reload. Damn it. Out of it. We're changing course. Roger that. Magic is there. Burning strike. You get the gist.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Rising sun. Oh, sparkling. Blah blah blah. Oh, spark. You get the gist. Meteor storm.
I can carve through armor.
Divine Savior! Oh, blah blah blah. Meteor Storm! Oh, fuck, you get the gist. Meteor Storm! I'll heal you all. Blah blah blah.
And just like that, I'm back
blah,
in
blah.
it.
Friend! Too much.
This one's all mine.
Say, Holy Land! You get no getting up, please. Oh, fuck, you get the gist. Meteor Falcon! Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Calamity. Barrier.
Burning Strike!
Ready and ready.
Magic is there! Burning Strike! You get the
This one's mine.
blah blah blah. Holy Land! Blah blah blah. Friend! You get the gist. Divine Savior! I never miss! Inferno! You get the gist. Holy Land! Mega Ray! Blah blah blah. Burning Strike! Blah blah blah. Friend! You get the gist. Holy Land! Roger that. Dance in the wind!
This one's all mine. Burn!
Friend! You get the gist. Blah blah blah. Divine Savior!
Man, this is only way I can keep the AI alive.
Now you've gone and kicked me off.
You get the gist. Air thrust! You get the gist. Friend! Blah blah blah.
It's on.
You get the gist.
Burn!
Holy Land! You get the gist.
I can carve through armor.
Divine Savior! We're changing tack. You get the gist.
The enemy's on the rope.
Holy
We've got him where we want it. It's time to end this
You get
battle.
the gist. Divine Savior!
Take this.
You get the gist. Burning Strike! Burning Meteor! Inferno!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
You get the gist. Air!
Eat dirt.
Too much to handle? You get the gist. Where are you going? Illuminate magic is there! Holy Land! Blah blah blah! You get the gist.
It's on.
Blah blah blah! Divine Savior! Blah blah blah! Holy Land! Oh, spark! Blah blah blah! Make it break! Blah!
Oh.
Demon's Descent!
I actually did it, I think.
Bang!
Me?
Prepare to be
At this
seized.
point, we're practically sitting ducks. Alchem, I've got this.
Right. I'll handle the rest.
Heads up, Alpin!
This is our chance. Swallow Blade, you're mine. Burn. Dragon Swarm.
Oh, fuck me. I had no health.
Can't end here!
Come on! Seriously?
I shall ensure you survive
there!
this.
Oh my god.
Please tell me we don't have to fight that.
We'll worry about that later. There are things on the ground to deal
Actually
with
got it all the way to the end. No, that had to happen. Okay, now I know about that, so I gotta make sure I prepare for that next
Can you
time.
take care of them?
No sooner said than done! You get the gist! Divine Savior! I never miss! You get the gist! Meteor Storm! You get the gist! Divine Savior! Lion Power!
A warm tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Nope, denied.
Indeed, but remain ever vigilant.
Holy Land! You get the gist! This one's mine! Divine Savior! You get the gist! Holy land! That thing's headed this way!
Even I can't stop that!
Everyone, look out!
We're doomed! Doomed!
Pull it together, Law.
Sorry, right. I'm calm. I'm ready! This one's
Pull
all
myself
mine!
together.
Okay, so now I know I gotta make sure Alpha is freaking healed when
Let the marksman handle this.
Newcomers?
Let's welcome them. What's the ones up above, too? Hurricane house!
Lightning strike! Blah, blah, blah. Hurricane strike! Divide savior! You get the gist. Divide savior!
Now you see what I can do! Shield and
Divide savior! Blah, blah, blah. Mind if I do? You get the gist.
barrier!
Sorry,
Blah, blah,
I didn't want to put you out.
What our friends for will depend on us.
You're right.
You get the gist.
I'll bear that in mind.
Doreen!
Light burst forth!
Radiant!
And I think I reset the
You don't
boss
mess around.
of Kifu.
Certainly not.
You get the gist. Holy land! Blah, blah, blah. Spread! Blah, blah, blah. Holy land! No more playing night!
Oh, come on! I got hit midair. Okay.
Hurricane strike! Blah, blah, blah. Never
Ready and ready!
I never miss! Blah, blah, blah. Going in! Searing flame! Blah, blah, blah. Holy land! You get the gist. Divine savior! You get the gist. Inferno!
I'll smash you!
Blah, blah. Holy land!
Thank you for the healing, Doreen.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. Blah, blah, no one's dying on our watch. Blah, blah, blah. Holy land!
Take this!
Blah, blah, blah.
This one's all mine! Your arm! A wall to shield from calamity! Fight! Barrier!
There! There! How's this?
Why aren't you?
Let me have magic advance!
Shield from calamity!
Did they fix screw my thing? Oh! Shit.
Here goes! Celestial Hammer!
Look sharp! Changing strategy? Copy that!
Illuminate the
Oh god damn. Oh my god. Thank god, perfect dodge. Hit the wrong button.
Radiant Spear! Blah, blah, blah. Burning strike! Move correction! You get the gist. Holy land! You get the gist. Burning!
Calamity!
Shionne! Astral energy!
That should take out both of them at the same time.
A flawless victory!
Oh, he teleports somewhere else. That sucks.
Blah, blah, blah. Holy land! You get the gist.
No arts are being interrupted.
Celestial Hammer! Ice Prison! Raging Cascade! Magic is there! Burning Strike! Blah, blah, blah! Burning! Blah, blah, blah!
Looking good out there.
Just getting started!
That's the spirit. Take no prisoners. Right, this one's mine.
Plan to me.
They're changing tack.
Magic is there! Burning Strike! You get the gist.
The flame inside me!
Do it!
To be let...
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a healing arc! First aid! They just keep coming!
This thing's putting us through our paces.
You get the gist! Holy land! You get the gist! Outstanding form!
Now you see what I can do!
Blah, blah, blah! Divine savior!
Denied!
You get the gist! Divine Savior! Blah, blah, blah! Divine Savior!
In a bind.
Blah, blah, blah! Gravitas Field! Divine Savior! You get the gist!
All mine. Elusive deity.
You get the gist! Divine Savior! This one's mine!
Oh shit, wrong one.
Shield from
Divine
calamity.
Savior!
Armor won't save you.
Hearts require complete focus! Celestial Hammer! Flawless Flight! Razor Cyclone! Ice Corrupt! Electric Shock! Let me show you what my magic is there! Rain Shine! You get the resurrection! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Shield from calamity.
And again!
Barrier!
Sorry, right, sounds like a plan to me.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Blah, blah, blah. Spread! Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land! You get the gist. Divine!
I can carve through armor.
Magic is there! Burning Strike! Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Dance in the wind! Sealed! I'll be saving this one. Let the marksman handle this.
Changing.
Copy that. Magic is there! Sleep now. You get the gist. In here. I'll be saving this one.
Anything in armor is all
Where are
mine.
you going? Blah, blah, blah. Magic. In here. More for the stockpile.
Change
Here
your
we go.
strategy.
Now for the project. Blah, blah, blah. No, not my watch. Holy Land. You get the gist. Spread. Blah, blah, blah.
You picked the wrong fight!
Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land. Blah, blah, blah. Divine Savior. You get the gist.
Now you see what I can do.
Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land.
The enemy wields arms too.
We'll soon see about that.
Another incantation
Magic
ruined.
is there. Burning Strike. Blah, blah, blah. Hold on to your art. Here I come.
This has a most peculiar taste.
A wall to
A chain between heaven. Blah, blah, blah. Burning Strike. Blah, blah, blah.
You picked the wrong fight!
Holy Land. Blah, blah, blah. Spread. This one's mine. You get the gist. Divine Savior. Close one. Gotcha. Hurricane Hit. Radiant Blood.
Save you.
Blah, blah, blah.
Do it.
Rise and shine. Resurrection. Magic is there. Burning Strike. You get the gist. Do it. Make it break. Astral energy. Full throttle. Blah, blah, blah. We're changing path. Blah, blah, blah. Spread. Ready to go. You get the gist.
Burn in hell!
Holy Land. You get the gist. Gemini Aqua. Blah, blah, blah.
Anything in armor is all mine. Now you see what I can do.
Another wave?
Oh fuck.
How long do we have to deal with this?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Eat dirt!
What would... Do that. Spread! Blah, blah, blah. Magic! Holy Land! This one's mine! You think you get spread! Blah, blah, blah. Spread! Blah, blah, blah. Burning Strike! Here! We're changing tack? Roger that.
I got you. Ready and raring.
Guess I had to use
Armor won't save you.
Let me show you what my art can do.
Barrier.
Blah, blah, blah. Burning
Shield from calamity.
Take care of...
Oh come on! That was in the air. How the hell did he kill me like that?
Better! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitate! Magic is out!
What the fuck hit me? Oh,
I must remember my limits.
We did it!
Burning! Blah, blah, blah. Bread! Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land! Here goes! Raging Cascade! Bread!
Nothing gets
Holy
by me.
Land!
I'm ready to go. I can carve through all.
Sounds like a plan to me. Resuscitation! Here, let me help.
The flame inside me, yours
I
to be
won't
let
give up.
free.
Come on. Understood. Let's try it that way. I'm ready to go.
This one's mine!
Bread! Blah, blah, blah. Mass burning strike! Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land! Not on my watch! Holy Land!
Make it rain.
Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
Nicely done!
All thanks to you.
Magic is in! Burning strike! Now for something special! Bread! Blah, blah.
Shattering pieces! Attack time!
Celestial hammer! What my art can do! Rise
do
and
it.
shine! Burning strike!
Ignite!
You get the gist! Holy Land! You get the gist!
This one's all mine!
You get the gist! Divine Savior! Let me show you what my
This
art
one's
can do!
mine!
Rise and shine! Here goes!
A wall with a shield from calamity!
oh, did I just? Oh god, why did I switch targets?
Magic is there! Burning strike!
I thought you more defense via threat elimination.
So the best defense is a good offense.
Burning strike! You get the gist! Bread! You get the gist! Holy Land!
This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Burning strike! You get the gist! Bread! You get the gist!
Now you see what I can do!
Blah, blah, blah! Holy Land! You get the gist! Bread!
I owe you one for the
Blah,
can't
blah,
get out
blah.
of this!
Burning
Don't
strike!
suffer
You
in
get
silence.
the gist! Bread!
I'm ready.
Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
A most sensible plan.
Magic is there! Burning strike!
The flame inside!
A most
Yours
sensible
to be
plan
let
indeed.
free!
Thanks so much!
You picked the wrong fight!
Magic is there! Burning strike! Blah, blah, blah!
And just like that, I'm back in. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Divine Savior! Oh, spark! Blah, blah, blah!
Armor won't save you. Knock it into next week.
Blah, going in! Holy Land!
Far enough.
Blah, blah, blah! Divine Savior!
Where are you going?
Blah, blah, blah! Holy Land!
Inferno crossing.
Blah, blah, blah! Burning!
Inferno crossing.
Not today!
Now or never. A wall to shield
Blah,
from
blah, blah!
calamity.
Burning!
Barrier!
Nay, not in your dream! Bread! Blah, blah, blah! Holy
Shield from
Land!
calamity!
Divine Savior! You get the gist! Holy Land!
Rhapsody of darkness!
Annihilation! Sounds like a plan to me.
Do it!
Here I go! Blah, blah, blah! Burning strike! You get the gist! Bread! You get the gist! Holy Land!
This one's mine!
I can do this all day!
The enemy's on the ropes. We've
Oh my
got
gosh,
where we
that-
want it. It's time to end this battle.
Holy Land! Blah, blah, blah!
Thrilling performance.
Hold on to your heart! Here I come!
See, I'm gonna have.
Understood. Let's try it that way.
suggest? Friend! Blah blah blah. Holy land! Magic is there! Burning strike!
Do it! Heal my weary companion. Cure!
Here's a healing art! First aid! Magic is there! Burning strike! You get the gist. Holy land! Blah blah blah.
Heal my weary companion.
Divine!
Ignite!
I don't even know what the hell.
You get the gist. Land of me. Celestial Archer! Hurricane! Now's our chance! I'm thrilled to see what my art can do. Magic is there! Burning strike! Blah blah blah. Radiant fire! You get the gist. Holy land! Let's show you what my art can do. Done! You get the gist. Divine haste! Oh, fuck! You get the gist. Meteor storm!
How about this? I can carve through armor.
Lightning meteor!
Oh, come on! How did I miss them?
Do it! Shionne, astral energy!
Okay, now Alpha has full HP this time. I'm not gonna get one-shotted.
Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Okay, I need to give him something that will keep me from getting killed. Just give him this. Swift Rain. Oh my god. Hopefully that'll work.
Let me show you what my arts can do.
Allow me to
Rise
help
and shine. Resurrection. I owe you, Shionne.
Healing is what my arts do best.
Alchem, I've
All
got
mine
this.
can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Right, I'll handle the rest.
Heads up, Alphen.
This is our chance!
Oh, weak
Oh,
point.
fuck me!
Here I come! Damn it! Looks like we're gonna have to take care of these first. Slash! Swallow blade! Slash! Swallow blade! Demon fang! Demon fang! Demon fang! Great! Next! Demon fang! Great! Next!
That's what killed me last time.
Demon fang! Demon fang!
It was not the boss, it was this. Bad.
Demon fang! We did it! Try harder! Not a chance! Stardust! Mirage!
What? There's more?
Demon fang! Demon fang! Demon fang! We did it! Demon fang! Great! Next! Here I come! Slash! Swallow blade! Pierce! Demon fang! Here I come! Swallow blade! Take this! Swallow blade! Demon fang! Great! Next! I'm not done! No escape! Slash! Megasonic thrust! Demon fang! You're
Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm! Demon Fang! Sword Rain Alpha! Cut! You're finished! Here I come! Here I come! Swallow Blade! Dragon Swarm! Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
I'm not gonna take any risks.
Demon Fang! We did it! Take this! Slash! Sword Rain Alpha! Megasonic Thrust! Dragon Swarm!
Oh, come on! What the hell? Level 70 also. I thought it was level 60 the whole time. It was actually level 70.
We did it.
Yeah, the astral energy is dispersing. It shouldn't cause any more problems.
Whew, that was harrowing. Now that we've taken care of that light, I guess all that's left to do is tell Bayfon.
Yeah.
You okay, Rinwell?
I'm fine. This whole thing just reminded me how different I am. I'm a freak that doesn't belong on Dana or Rena, even if I don't look like it from the outside.
I mean, sure. Maybe it's a little unusual that you can use magic. But if we're talking about unusual...
I didn't have memories, a face, or a sense of pain. Everyone called me Iron Mask. And then on top of that, I was born over 300 years ago. If anyone's a freak, it's me.
Join the club. I have my thorns. Dohalim's a Renan lord who gave up his title. And Kisara believes Danans and Renans can live in peaceful coexistence together.
And I used to work for the Snake Eyes, remember?
You guys...
and... Oh, and my feet get stinky real easily, too.
Too much information, Law.
Yeah, but Alphen, you do that thing where you grind your teeth really loudly in your sleep.
I don't see how that's... Wait, I do? Well, at least it's not as bad as when you...
When I what?
Whoa, guys! Why are we even arguing about this?
You're the one who made this weird.
Thanks, everyone. It makes me so happy to have such caring friends. I need to be better at not keeping this stuff bottled up. I know it's not good for me. But I'm gonna work on it. So don't worry about me, okay?
I wonder if she perceives being a mage to be a source of continual obligation.
Rinwell's pretty much the only one left. Sometimes I think it might have been easier for her to have just kept it hidden, but I guess that wouldn't solve much.
Indeed.
Oh god, that's almost a 2 level up. Holy jeez. So I fought at 55 and it was a level 70. It was 15 level difference. So that made the previous, it was a 35 level difference. Man, I didn't realize that. I thought they were level 60. Oh. So that 15 was it, so 35. That 20 level difference kind of helped. Well, definitely helped. Plus, I had to readjust my strategy. I had to go to don't do anything, so that way the dumbasses don't walk into the tornadoes to get instant killed. Or during the when the boss does his laser beam, they actually survived. I tell them just to, you know, avoid everything. Instead of attacking, just play aggressively defense. You know, completely defense. They actually survived. I didn't have to. Let me see. What's my Holy. Yeah, I didn't. Wow. I know I used one grape gel for Alphen. Damn. Look at that. Usually on a level 20 plus fight, I would have burned all my lemon gel, almost all my orange. Probably go into the pineapple also, and almost all my life bottles. Because, you know, I keep dying like crazy, being stupid. With this setup and aggressive usage of the tactical, either go boss tactical or defense tactical, depending on the attack, actually made a huge difference. Although a bit annoying though, having to switch like that. Switch every time when I hear the boss cue of what it's gonna do. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about when the boss stuns everybody. Looks like you had to jump in the air to avoid that, to avoid this stuff. Can't perfect dodge. Well, I could be wrong. I know perfect dodge doesn't work, but jumping definitely keep you alive. Unfortunately, you can't tell the AI to jump. Okay, so I'm probably gonna do that for the rest of the major fights. Just if actually, this shouldn't. No, we'll keep it like this. I don't want to mess. Definitely don't want to mess with it and make it AI go stupid. Anyway, bringing Alphen back to Swift Ring. So it was not the boss that's attacking. I didn't realize there was 4 casters. That's fine though. Swift Ring helped to avoid it. Although honestly, I didn't realize they were going to respawn. They were respawning like, who knows, like every 30 seconds or 10 seconds, 20 seconds. I was gonna take advantage of their spells to give me perfect dodge to, you know, break them and stuff, but after realizing there's more than one, I didn't want to risk getting a spell overlapping me when I'm attacking them. Yeah, but a Swift Ring helped that fight. Okay. Go back and see what Rinwell gets. Is it Rinwell? No, it's not. It's someone. Go for come with the.
Crap!
Right. Hey. How?
Yeah.
Why you? Wait! What?
I see.
Thanks.
Wait!
Huh? Really?
Good. All right.
Maybe it's not so bad being a mage after all. What matters is that I found people who accept me for who I am. Mage or not. As long as I have that, I think I'll be okay. And after everything they've done for me, I guess I can't say it matters if they're Renin or not either.
Come on, please. Title.
You're looking pretty content.
Yeah, I feel like life's taken a turn for the better all of a sudden.
Oh, that's good to hear. But why did you say you felt that way?
Oh, why can't you be more like Dohalim?
What?
No title. Sad. I guess that's all the titles she has in the game. Kinda sad. Okay, what's the item? Drum of the Legend. Okay. Rather have EXP or something. So if I can beat this one, which is the level 70, I should be able to defeat the other one, the last one, Gnome. Gnome is only 60. I think Gnome is 60. So yeah, I think I have a much aside from the AI being stupid and getting hit by the laser. Hopefully I can. I think I can. We'll see. I gotta go through the Star Ocean.
We finally made it.
Oh. You know, don't you...
Okay. So what's the point of that fishing rod if... I mean, I guess it makes easy mode. If you want to fish more fish, it makes it easy. Oh, oh, okay, never mind. I did use it.
You could...
Not even on the thing. Oh, it is. So I did burn it all. Okay, I did burn all of this. So I thought I didn't. I barely used any. Okay,
be too prepared.
Only I used 8 of that. 2 life bottles. Protect all 1 ally from all. Oh, it's temp. I guess I can buy it max just in case if Shionne or someone else.
But did we have to?
Oblivion.
Spend so much?
This actually works. This works pretty good. Yeah, this definitely isn't needed. Speed casting is much more important. I didn't burn too much. I thought I'd burn a lot more CP, but definitely give him something. I wonder if I should replace the large drop rate too. What else can I give her? Not too sure. The main skill, you can't really have the sub skills. The main skills, the sub skill. Sadly, it would have been nice though. Like.
Hey, Shionne. Got any requests for supper tonight?
Me? Not really. I'm fine with just about anything. Everything you cook is delicious.
Well, thank you. Seeing you devour my food makes all the work I put into it well worth it.
Do I look that eager to you?
Nothing wrong with that. We all have to eat to survive. It makes me happy to see people eat their fill on what I fix.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Alright, playing with Huru. Awesome. Okay, thanks for watching. I'm done for tonight. Tomorrow. If
I'm starting
yes.
to feel kind of grateful for these powers.
Yeah,
of
yesterday
mine now.
I wasn't able to stream because I had internet. The neighborhood was they have internet. You know,
Another day, another
internet
gold.
people around my neighborhood was like messing around with the like making lines and all that stuff. So hopefully today was fine. Thank God. I think they fixed the cable line or fiber line or something. So tomorrow, hopefully I won't be exhausted or tired from work. But if I don't, here's the plan for this game. I am going to fight Gnome. I figured if I can beat you know, the wind one, the wind summon, and it's a much higher level too, and Gnome is 10 levels lower, I should be able to beat it. After that, I just go beat the game, and then after that is post game. I will try maybe 1 or 2 times, depending on how it, you know, how the fight is. If it's you know, AI's being too dumb, I'd rather not frustrate myself and try to beat it, you know, solo, and burn my life bottle saving them. So I'd rather level up more, you know, so they can have a better chance of surviving from, you know, being stupid. So pretty much tomorrow I will attempt Gnome first, then final boss, you know, final dungeon exploration. You know, beat it. Okay, thanks for watching. Have a good night. Stay safe and be happy. Peace. Hopefully I'll see you all later today.
Thank you for watching LL's stream. If you enjoy the stream, please follow and subscribe to Happy.